I'll just wait a minute till everyone gets in. Okay, so I think out of respect for everyone's time, we will go ahead and begin our first ever virtual Caregiving Youth Institute conference. We welcome all that are here now and those that are yet to join us. It's going to really be an exciting day. But first, I would like to thank our team who have worked hard to put this together, including Dr. Ann Ferrone, Kelly Cronin, our communications manager, and Stephanie Valerie, our executive assistant. So without this team effort, it wouldn't happen. And of course, just historically, the Schmidt Family Foundation, who is the sponsor of today, was the sponsor that provided our seed funding to begin the Caregiving Youth Institute. And we're also thankful to Avalon Bay Communities, and we'll hear from them later. What I would also like to say is that, without the help of many foundations and our greater community, this work really wouldn't be possible. So we're very thankful to each of them. Next slide, please, Ryan. And so, as I mentioned, Dr. Ann Ferrone and I will be sharing some welcoming remarks. Next slide. And I've already said thank you, but now you can read it too. So, excuse me, just to be sure that we're all on the same page, we wanted to define, who is a caregiving youth? So it's a child who's under the age of 18 who provides care that's unpaid for a family member or other household people, and typically someone who's chronically ill, injured, elderly, or disabled. So how much they do and how much time they spend really ranges from about 20 hours a week, a few hours a day, to 24/7 in some cases, particularly when there's a single parent or single grandparent. Next slide. So when we first began this work back in 2006, and maybe even a little before then, we were in touch with people from the UK who had already developed work in supporting this population and had developed a Bill of Rights. So we will have this on our website in the future, but just so that you can see that caregiving youth should have some rights too. Next slide. So while you may hear today a lot about, some of the challenges of children caregiving, there are also some rewards, such as, developing that special relationship when you take care of someone. If the kids are valued, their self-esteem goes up. They have life skills. Kids have said, when they graduate from high school, they never realized how much they knew compared to their peers. They also have a sense of purpose, a different purpose than some of their peers, and increased empathy. And as you know, right now there's a national effort to teach children empathy, but caregiving youth don't have to be taught that. So next slide. And now Dr. Ann Ferrone will go over some of the details of today.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us as we switch gears to a virtual conference this year. So happy to have you with us. So the schedule that's up on the screen now kind of brings you through our usual framework. We use the CARE acronym, Connect, Advocate, Research, and Educate. So during the course of the day, you're going to be hearing from experts in these areas. We want to also, as you go through it, you'll see the advocacy will bring you initiatives from institutions such as UVA, the state of Florida, and nationally. The Connect, we have our Caregiving Youth Project right here in Palm Beach County that has been a flagship program and definitely one that can be replicated. After lunch, we have a nice lunch break with terrific videos of the kids who've been participating in the program. And if you have the opportunity, I encourage you to listen and watch that. It really shines a light on the experience with caregiving. We have research from UNC Chapel Hill, Miller School of Medicine in Miami, University of Miami, and from the University of Wisconsin. These are extremely important presentations that give you some of the background and the data that drive this program. The final hour will be the education piece, not just the education of the students who are caregiving, but educating our community at large to what goes on for students. These are students in your schools and in your communities, and we are very happy to be able to support them through AACY and the Caregiving Youth Project. In the closing, we always like to close our conferences with the voice of kids who actually live this every day, and we have a young lady who is going to do that. We also will have a terrific film at the end. You won't want to miss that. So recognize that not everything can be with us the whole day, but we definitely encourage everyone, if you can, stay tuned for that as well at the end of the day. At this time, I just wanted to do a little housekeeping. So you have the schedule, the flow of the day. Just so you know, you can put questions in the chat room for any of our presenters. We will try to address as many as we can during the course of the conference. However, if your question is not answered, we will be sure to reach back to you through the presenter, through Connie, myself, to make sure your questions are answered. So thank you so much for your interest, your advocacy, and caring about the kids who care about others. We're ready to move to our first presenter. O'Donnell Ames, she's the founder of Hope Loves Company. Jody founded this company to provide educational and emotional support to children and young adults who have or have had loved ones battling ALS. And many of you recognize what a difficult situation that is. And it's the only nonprofit organization of its kind in the United States. And Jody is a wonderful speaker, coach, author, and podcaster. So Jody, if you're ready, take it away. Are we hearing Jody getting on?
Yes, may I share the screen, please? Thank you.
Jody, you can share the screen. Everyone, I just want to make a quick note before we get started. I have individuals here that have joined as panelists, and they are joining. Can you please go and click on participants and rename yourself? I need to know who is specifically here, and that would help me a lot. Thank you so much.
Okay, so everyone can hear me, and I believe that I need to be able to share a screen. Yes, and I am now adding, opening up so that you can see me, my video. So
And Jody, you should be able to click on share screen, and then it will say continue because I'm sharing the screen right now. You just click continue, and then you can share from your side.
Okay, so,
Or I can bring the slides down.
okay, so thank you for your help.
Of course.
And thank you for that lovely, lovely introduction. I am so grateful to be here. So this presentation is heartfelt and open to discussion and follow-up questions. So I just wanted to share that. This is my life journey. I have behind me a picture of Hope Loves Company, and we'll share this this entire process that has happened since losing my husband to ALS. So when I look at this, this says if you share the screen, it will interrupt something else. So is that okay to say yes?
Yep, you go yes.
Okay, excellent. All right, so can everyone see my screen?
There we go. Yep, and now you can go into presenter mode.
Okay. Great, and hopefully you can see that and present. Okay, this should be good. Everybody see that?
Perfect. Yep.
Okay, so the story begins with my husband being diagnosed with ALS, Kevin. It was 1995. He was 30 years old, and we did not know anything about ALS. We had a 2.5-year-old daughter. I was 29 and a teacher. And very quickly, our lives were turned upside down with this news. And Kevin battled ALS, which is a disease that affects 30,000 Americans. It's terminal. There is no known cause or cure. And that prompted I've always been a leader and an advocate, and that prompted my work with not only ALS patients and people living with ALS, but those who love them. So I shared that Kevin passed away in 2001, and I immediately started working at the ALS Hope Foundation in Philadelphia as a director of communications and liaison for patients there. And that experience enabled me to think outside the box because families were coming in with young children. I had an 8-year-old of my own. I was also the foster mom to my niece, who was 3 then and is 23 now, and he's still living with us. And so, I just started thinking about it. How are we supporting children? Married with the fact that I remarried 2 years later, and my husband also lost his wife. Warren Ames lost his wife, Tina Singer Ames, to ALS. And they had 2 children, Nora and Adam. Now I'm in this process of raising 3 children who all lost a parent to ALS before the age of 11. And I recognized that they had very different caregiving experiences. They also had different ways to verbalize their experience and to cope with that experience. So I wanted to put a program in place, and that initiated Hope Loves Company. I actually am wearing the logo on my arm. And in 2012, we became a 501c3. So what are some of the challenges faced by young caregivers? As this group really knows, they are balancing school and social responsibilities, if they have them at all, social activities. They don't get to see their friends as much. They may be isolated. They may feel like they don't fit in conversation because of their additional knowledge and experiences. I have a podcast called Gratitude to Latitude, Stories of Resilience and Hope. And I recently interviewed a 19-year-old, but when she was 14, she was a caregiver to her father who lives with ALS. And she was on night duty, and her father's catheter fell off, and she had to figure out how to put it back on. didn't want to disturb her mother who had been awake and caregiving all day. So when you are a 14-year-old with that kind of experience compared to the other 14-year-olds, how do you even have a conversation, right? They also have to face accepting and adapting to the changes that are taking place, all of the many, many enormous changes that are taking place. And the financial burden of, when you are in a health crisis, there may not be the availability. There is the need for things outside of the home, but there may not be the financial availability to do fun things and to have those experiences. So what are the goals that we have created at Hope Loves Company? So we have many activities, and I'll tell you about them, but those activities were created with these goals in mind, that we want to first and foremost diminish the feelings of isolation. We want children to feel like they belong and that someone understands what they're going through. We want to encourage new relationships that will continue throughout this entire journey so that they can find support with one another. And we're grateful to say that we're always learning about the children who have connected through Hope Loves Company and continue years later these conversations. Our goal is that there might one day be a Hope Loves Company marriage. To create awareness of coping skills, what will help this child with anxiety, depression, fear, worry, grief, sadness? Would it be meditation? Would it be art? Would it be music? But these tools that can help them in this process. And we also our focus is to make sure that our children feel that they have the ability to express how they're feeling, to share their feelings with someone they know, like, and trust. That's really, really important. And we find that our children are worried about being honest sometimes with the people that are closest with them. So as long as they have someone, and I think that has a lot to do with guilt. They don't want to upset anyone else more than they already are. These programs help to create family bonding and time together and memories. And we also provide resources and tools, free books and information so that our families can have as many opportunities to learn about caregiving children and how best to support them. So at Hope Loves Company, I'll just quickly go through these. Our major program is called Camp HLC, which is a weekend retreat. It starts on a Friday, it adjourns on a Sunday, and the entire family is invited to join. Everything that we do at Hope Loves Company is free of charge. And Camp HLC is just a way to cover all of those goals in a weekend. So, the thought is, if you have children together, even in a support setting, you might have them together for at most a day. That may not be enough time to encourage positive and helpful relationships. So having a camp experience that is available to them for an entire weekend really allows that opportunity to bond and to grow and learn from one another, and to share things that are, people living with ALS, they have the most knowledge. They have the information that not every doctor would have about, what's the best place to get this? Who's the best person to find out about that? So even in those discussions, resources are shared, and that's hugely beneficial. We also have sent out Hugs of Hope care packages. Hugs of Hope care packages are a way to send a box of goodies to help diminish the feelings of isolation. And that first and foremost includes a card that says we care, a book that gently explains ALS, and then a bunch of other goodies as well. We are doing virtual group shares. We started those at the beginning of the pandemic and continue those, not only for children, but for parents as well. My husband and I hosted one last night, and we had 5 parents on the call and just talked about our concerns and things that worked for us. We have a Young Ambassador program as well. a teen retreat, the HLC Kids Count Conference, which is much like this, but specific to ALS. And we were so proud to have Connie join us when we did our first one 2 years ago, a scholarship and speaking and writing opportunities so that our children feel like they have a voice in this experience. So I told you a little bit about Camp HLC, and the largest group that we had was 120 individuals. People living with ALS also attend. We started with one camp in New Jersey. We now run them in New Jersey, Indiana, Massachusetts, Illinois, Georgia, and California, and we do hope to grow those programs. Right now, we have a limited budget and a limited team. So this is very specific to ALS, but someday, who knows, we may be able to include other diseases and situations. But right now we have on average 50 to 80 attendees. Camp is, just as we said, an opportunity to really come together and feel supported. And another huge goal that we have is that this camp, when we say it from the beginning and throughout, and at the closing, that this camp is a way to honor and celebrate children caregivers, to honor and celebrate them. We've had children as young as 3 giving feedings through a feeding tube. So nothing astonishes us. Talked to someone yesterday who has a 4-year-old who was part of caregiving. So we really just want children to know that they are loved and appreciated and supported. This is a picture of our largest Camp HLC to date. As I said, 120 people. It's always so much fun. It's like a gigantic family reunion. At this particular camp, we did have 3 people living with ALS. We have a 7-page question sheet for all of our campgrounds. So we make sure that those camps are specialized in serving those who have special needs. So it's really important for us that they understand where we're coming from, that this is a vulnerable community, and that we need to do everything possible to make sure everyone feels welcome and included. Some of the things that we do at camp include the regular camping experiences such as boating and hiking and fishing, swimming, a zip line. We also try to encourage challenging for self-confidence. So if children are challenged and even if it's something extremely difficult and they take that first step, we want to celebrate that progress. So we try to include activities that might take a child a little bit out of his or her comfort zone. Of course, arts and crafts. I mentioned yoga, music, archery, gymnastics, and group sports. We have a lot of fun. We sing silly songs and play games as well. Some of the testimonials, and I can share a great story from the very beginning when when I first started this whole idea. It was really 2007, because it takes a while, as Connie knows, to formulate and nurture and then actually introduce a nonprofit to the world. When I was first planning this, I was thinking that, will children really be in caregiving situations, and will they really need these resources? And to what extent? And our first camp, we had probably 13 children, very small group. We had a young woman who was 8 years old. She happened to be the oldest in her family. She may have been a little bit older, maybe have been 10, but anyway, she was the oldest in her family. Her dad was living with ALS, and they did not have family around. And when we did our group share and we were talking, she said, last night, Daddy had an accident. Mommy held him up and I cleaned him up. And so that moment was, it was concreted in my mind that children absolutely need caregiving support, and that this was a life journey, and that it was my obligation to make sure that children have a place to be supported, to feel included, to feel heard. My hope is that next year I will actually be speaking as a delegate at the United Nations to share this experience. I was a delegate at the last conference, but did not have an opportunity to speak this time because it was a very small and unique situation, the very first virtual conference. But hopefully next year I will bring this mission to the United Nations. These are just some pictures that we have of our different activities. As I mentioned, last year we provided 6 camps to 300 children virtually and their families. And the top left of this corner, so what we did is we sent every child who attended virtual Camp HLC a care package of all of the supplies. And we never want money to be a deterrent. So having the supplies the children need was important to their attendance. So this little boy is wearing our Hope Loves Company shirt. We sent them the ingredients for s'mores. We sent them all of the art supplies, the books, stickers, everything that they would need for a fabulous camp experience. And it was an added joy that they got to open the packages, even though it wasn't in person. And I know that was a sad thing. Our families were even more impacted, of course, because of COVID. Some of our children were unable to see their friends for over a year. And that's because someone at home is on hospice and very vulnerable, and they could not risk exposure to COVID-19. The other pictures include some of the activities: fishing at camp, boating. Every child received a tie-dye kit and a shirt. And the one on the far left bottom are 2 children whose grandpa has ALS, who received a care package, Hug of Hope care package. So how do you get in touch with Hope Loves Company? You can reach out to us on our website and check out all of our opportunities and activities, and our social media posts are there as well. We are on Instagram, we are on Facebook, we are on Twitter, and you can call our office. You can reach out to myself or our executive director, who is off this week, so she's not here, Kara Haggerty. And we just welcome the opportunity to teach, to educate, and to assist in this mission. This is, as I said, a lifelong mission. And even though it's been quite a challenge, seeing so many young families affected by ALS, the growth and the joy that Hope Loves Company has brought, and all of the people involved has been able to bring to them, to the children and their families, is life-changing and a blessing. So thank you so very much for the opportunity to share. And if there are any questions, I welcome them.
Jody, it's Connie. I just wanted to ask, do your kids and families go to camp more than one time?
So they do. We had a few children who went to every virtual camp, and what we would do, Connie, and it's a great question, is we would ask them what they ran out of. Do you need more tie-dye? Do you need more stickers? Do you need more paper? And we would send those a small package of those supplies to them. So yes. And not only that, but our camps this year are in person, and families can come from all over. So just because it's a New Jersey camp doesn't mean that only people in the tri-state area can attend. We can actually have anyone who can get there can attend. Any other questions?
We actually have a question from the new activities director at AACY, Gab. They're having a virtual camp at the end of April and hoping to maybe speak with you tomorrow. So that's kind of an internal request. If you could set up some time and we'll work on exactly how, who to call and what time. If you have availability tomorrow, I think you're going to get a lot of requests of this nature after hearing what you've been doing and how amazing the work is. So that's the only question I'm seeing right now. Of course, if there are others that come up, we will be forwarding them to you so that you can communicate with the person who needs the follow-up with you. But thank you so much. That I've heard a lot of information about your organization, but I learn something every time. And congratulations on being a UN delegate. And we'd love to hear more about that down the road.
Yeah, thank you so much. I stepped away as an employee at Hope Loves Company on January 1st to be able to broaden my mission personally, and there have been so many things happening. It's just amazing, and I'm very lucky to have Kara Haggerty as our executive director. So yeah, much more to come, and I'm very Googleable. So if anyone else wants information, just look up my name, and there are more pages there than you can possibly read. It's kind of embarrassing, but thank you.
So
And Jody, we're thankful for you to be on our Caregiving AACY National Advisory Council, and look forward to having some of your kids connect with our kids and other kids across the country on May 7th.
May 7th. Yes, I have that down.
Yes.
It's exciting. Thank you.
It's going to be awesome. It looks like we're kind of right on time with our schedule, and thank you again, Jody. We're moving along to our next speaker, Anna Butler-Boyd, Chief Program Officer of Camp Corral. She's really created the Camp Corral's programs, focusing on the best ways to empower children of wounded, ill, and fallen military heroes. So that specific constituency. Foundational program focuses on the science to empower military-connected children and their families, and she's kicked off a transformative program development with the emphasis on research studies, holistic services, and advocacy efforts. So we are very grateful to have Hannah Hutler-Boyd with us this morning to give us her presentation and be available for questions and comments later. Thank you, Hannah. It's all yours.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Ryan, if you want to go to my first slide, please. My name is Hannah, and I am the program officer for Camp Corral. I am thrilled to be here with y'all today. I am also a Army veteran spouse and have two wonderful military-connected stepchildren as well. So at Camp Corral, our mission is to transform the lives of children of wounded, ill, and fallen military heroes by providing camp, advocacy, and enrichment programs. For the children of wounded warriors, jumping into that caregiving responsibility is the norm. However, they often don't have the connections to peers who understand what challenges they face, both as youth caregivers and also as a part of a military connected family. So I'll be talking a little bit about how Camp Corral has helped connect with caregiving peers for those kids and the gaps that still remain in our population today. Camp Corral is 10 years old, having served nearly 29,000 children since 2011. In a typical year, we serve about 3,000 kids across the country at camp, providing the opportunity for connection to others and respite at one of our numerous locations. We work primarily with YMCAs, 4-H camps, and independent nonprofit camps to deliver our program. We provide a free week-long overnight camp session exclusive for military-connected children with a wounded, ill, or fallen parent or guardian. Our sessions are exclusive to this population because our number one goal is to provide those connection opportunities to peers of a shared background. And we'll talk a little bit more about the importance of that in a minute. So children of our nation's military face many unique challenges, as a lot of our caregiving populations do, including frequent moves, prolonged separation from their parents, and of course, stepping in as a caregiver when their parent is injured. This population is often characterized by a loss of peer connections due to the transitional nature of military service. While many services exist to support the family who is on active duty with our nation's military, or the actual service member themselves transitioning out of the military, there's next to no support for their children and the families through that transition. Through this process, the children often have to change schools, they lose their sports teams, their clubs, their community. Potentially most of their support network is lost during this time. And transitions, especially when it's related to an injury, can uproot a family very quickly and change their circumstances very, very quickly. So Camp Corral seeks to fill this gap, giving children of wounded warriors the opportunity to connect with others and take respite, all while building their confidence, coping skills, and resilience. And we do this by providing opportunities specifically for children of wounded warriors, aimed at allowing them to connect. And that connection is even more important for our participants who are youth caregivers. Next slide, Ryan. So currently, 30% of our parents have identified their child as a caregiver for the service member. However, when we gave them a specific list of tasks, about 69% of our campers are taking on at least one caregiving task in their homes. We have to be a little bit careful with this number though, because it is based off of parent perception. We are working on hearing directly from kids this summer to hear about their perspective of their caregiving roles and responsibilities, and we'll be thrilled to share that all with y'all in the future. So connection is core to our program. As you can see, many of our participants don't have other opportunities to be with kids who come from this similar background. During the focus groups we hosted last summer, we had parents share with us that part of the impact of this program was, for the first time, they had their child had a group of friends that didn't gasp when they saw that their father's leg was missing. They helped her to feel accepted and comfortable with her normal. And we hear that time and time again, that this is just my normal. It's just what we do from our kids. Another parent shared how beneficial it was for her child to be surrounded by others who just get it, even if they don't directly talk about it. I'm sure y'all know this all too well, that just having that group of people who understands is hugely important. Next slide, please, Ryan. So we are working to develop an understanding of the needs of children of wounded warriors and provide supports to meet them where they are. Currently, there's only one study in the US focused on the needs of children with a parent who's seriously injured due to their military service. And our hope is to help supplement that with our data collection and research efforts. Our program is expanding at this time to provide more year-round opportunities for that peer support, for respite, and for connection. Thanks to funding from the DAV, we have been able to develop a Life Tools for Military Kids course, which will be released at the end of May, beginning of June. And this course is focused on helping adults provide guidance and tools to children to seek respite at home. And thank you so much for Connie for your input as a subject matter expert on this project. Another piece of that will also be a 15 Things Military Kids Want You to Know course. This is from the kids themselves, what we have heard from them at our camps, and being able to share that not only with their parents, with their teachers, but also with the civilian population as well, and help bridge that understanding. One of our other key focus areas moving forward is, as you've heard me say it a lot already, the non-clinical peer support. You know, we all know from youth development research that peer support is critical for positive outcomes in youth development. As you saw in the last slide, there's a huge lack of resources focused on this population, much like youth caregivers in the US as a whole. We're working to implement more peer support that would allow children to continue building those relationships they made at camp all year round, and be able to also connect their families and provide that support too for their parents as well. Much like this group here, we see advocacy, education, and research as critical for our children. As demonstrated by the numbers I shared before, we clearly have some work to do in supporting our parents and helping them to recognize their child's contributions and understand the additional supports that they may need outside of the typical things you would provide for a child. We seek better understanding to help develop further evidence-based supports for our programs for military connected kids as well. Next slide, please, Ryan. So to summarize briefly, children of wounded warriors often step into that caregiving role in their household, much like children who have a parent with ALS or any of our other populations represented here. And we need more opportunities to help those youth caregivers connect with each other. And I'm thrilled to be a part of a group that is working on that effort across the board for youth caregivers. And as you all know too well, the research and advocacy for this population, much like youth caregiving in general, is hugely lacking, and we're working very hard to try and fill that gap. There's a lot of work yet to be done, and Camp Corral, along with our program affiliates, are working to fill those gaps. Some of the other things we are working on is a family camp program, a leadership program for children who have aged out of our traditional summer camp, holistic services, and of course, more of that research and advocacy focus. Thank you all so much for having me today and allowing me to share. I would love to answer any questions you have, and feel free to screenshot my contact information there on the screen if you have any follow-up.
So Hannah, it's Connie. One of the things I'm wondering is, why do you think there has been so little attention to children in this role who are in military families?
That is a great question, Connie, and one that still has me scratching my head. Over the last 10 to 15 years, the community, the DoD, military in general, have started to pay attention to the spouse's needs as a form of retention. You know, if the spouse is not happy and employed and educated, then the service member is more likely to leave. But they haven't really paid attention to the role of children. And this has just been in the last 7 to 10 years, I would say, that the military branches themselves, the DoD, the VA, and the community have really started to take notice of children's role in the household. Even when a family doesn't have a wounded warrior in their household, you know, parents deploy or they go out for training for months or weeks at a time, and kids step up into different roles in their household and helping walk their siblings to the bus, or making meals for the younger children in the home. I don't know why that hasn't been seen, and Camp Corral has really been advocating for the recognition of that, and we're starting to see in the last 2 years particularly that the community is recognizing the contribution of military kids in their households, and supporting that and developing more programs, and Camp Corral is really thrilled to be on the front lines of that. So I don't know why it's taken so long, but we're getting there, which is exciting.
Yep.
Hannah, this is Anne. I have a question. You mentioned, of course, the children move around a lot because of where the family member who's the military is deployed. If they go to a school that's on a base school, do you notice that the school staff is more in tune with what's going on for the kids rather than the kids who go to a school that's just like a general public school, but the base happens to be in the area? Is there a better support system, in other words, if they're on a base school?
I would say most of the time, yes. If they're in a base school, usually those schools know what units are deploying or TDY. They have a better understanding of what might be happening in the household. The communities surrounding bases as well have done, in my experience, I'm based out of the Fort Bragg area, a good job of providing additional supports and the military liaisons in the school to help with that education process of teachers and school admin. The place where we really see a lack in understanding is especially for our children of veterans who are a lot of time in that caregiving role, as well as children who have a parent who's in the National Guard or Reserve, because often they are in a community that isn't close to an installation or a post. And so many times teachers or faculty, administrators don't have any idea that that child is a part of a military family. There's a lot of push out there to help change that and identify where we're seeing military kids so that teachers can be aware and more compassionate when those things are happening in families, when those transitions and challenges are coming up. But it is an area that is lacking and that needs more support and information.
I totally agree, because schools are in a position to be very helpful if they know what's going on. I know that on certain registration forms, there's a question if there's a parent who's active military. What they do with that information is another thing. It's kind of a start. At least they're asking the question. But in any case, thank you so much for it. This information is amazing. And I think we're seeing kind of a thread through all this, whether the children are dealing with ALS, military, whatever they're dealing with. The caregiving aspect of what they do every day is what binds them all together and what AACI is really all about. But right now, I'm not seeing any other questions. Hannah,
Yeah, so
we will
Hannah, one thing I think that there's a perception that, you know, when somebody is in the military, they have help with housing and they can go here and there at discounted rates. But you know, so I think that's part of the misperception among the general public. And also, you had mentioned something about when VA benefits end. And so, could you speak to that a little more, please? Because that's really important in terms of the kids.
Yeah, yes. So right now, the VA is focused on the service member. We are seeing a transition in that conversation. Again, that's started over the last 2 to 3-ish years of taking a more holistic approach to the care of the service member, and that includes the family and the child. So currently there aren't a lot of VA programs for the children, unless the service member is severely wounded, and then you have CHAMP VA and that sort of thing, or if the child has lost their parent as well. But it's an area that just hasn't been taken into consideration. You know, we know that the spouse is involved and needs to be involved when there's care for a severely wounded individual, regardless of being in the service, and that's something that has been missed in the VA sector. And I'm excited to see where we're headed, and that they are taking this holistic approach and starting to talk about the whole family as a part of the service member's care, and then the extenuating care for the rest of the family members. So hopefully next year and the next 2 years, we'll have even better news to be able to share around what's happening in that area.
Thank you. Yeah, that's just so important. And like Ann said, you know, that the schools do ask if somebody is a veteran, but then, you know, we're not sure exactly what happens as a next step to that data. And so little by little, we'll be making progress, and we're happy to be partnering with you and looking at the opportunity to provide, you know, a pilot program in the Fayetteville area in the future. So thank you for all that you do.
Yeah, I agree, Hannah. I'd love to follow up. I do believe there is some minor funding that is attached to identifying children who are with families who are in the military, and that's the reason for collecting that information. Be curious to see how that is actually spent at the different districts. So maybe that's something we could follow up with down the road. I'd love to dig into that a little bit more to see where that's going, and if it could be directed more accurately to the kids that need the assistance.
Yeah, and also in recent years, you know, I think the VA system has made some progress in terms of providing some funding for caregiving. I believe the veteran has to name that caregiver. But again, I think you have to be at least 18 in order to be able to be eligible for that. So once again, the kids get left out, and we have a long road to hoe to make change, but we're getting there.
Yes,
Thank
exactly.
you.
I feel,
This is Dr. Lindsay. I was just going to add to the discussion that I'm working with a group, the Dole Foundation, Senator Dole, and they certainly have been a major emphasis in their last 2 years programmatically of funding for caregiving of veterans. I think it would be wise to spend some time linking up with them in a significant way, because I think that's an opportunity to bring together the caregiving units at the adult level, and certainly at the pediatric level. So I think that's something to keep much. She's done a very good job with that, I think.
Yeah, yeah. And Dole has made a very valiant effort, especially on the child side. They did just initiate a study last year, and I think they're sharing those results at the end of this summer around caregiving youth. And my dogs are going to start barking here in a second because the mailman is outside.
okay. Well, Hannah, we thank you so much for your information. And
Yeah,
I just,
and before you end with Hannah, I believe Kim has a question.
oh, I didn't see. I'm so sorry. Is it Kim? Let's see. Oh, it just says she has a question, but I don't see where it is. Kim, do you want to just, it just says she has a question, but it doesn't say what it is.
Gone in and allowed Kim to talk if she'd like to ask her
Oh,
question.
is that okay, Connie? I guess so.
Of course.
Yeah. Go ahead, Kim. It's nice you're with us today. Kim?
Kim, you're-
Okay.
All right, we're gonna move on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Kim is unmuted. I'm just not hearing any audio coming.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not seeing the question. Hannah will follow up with Kim. Oh, it's really not giving us any answer to what her question is, but we will follow up with Kim and forward that over to you, Hannah. Is that okay if we do it after the fact? Okay.
That's perfect.
Okay. Thank you so much again for all your work. It's just amazing. It's inspirational already, and the morning has just begun. So, thank you again. Moving on to our next speaker, it's a little bit early, but you see this picture of Cynthia Joas. She's with AACY. She's the North County team leader and a family specialist. She's a proud military spouse, and she's worked for AACY for 4 years. Just to put in context, anyone who's not familiar with Palm Beach County School District or Palm Beach County in general, it's a very, very large county, over 190 schools right now, and that's not counting private, parochial, and charter. That's just our public schools. It's a very, very large school district. So the work that Cindy and the team of the family specialists who are with the AACY, they provide additional services and work as a team with the school counselors, the behavioral health specialists, and we're proud to say we've grown from one school many, many years ago to now 33 schools. So Cindy's going to take it away and give you information on the program specific to Palm Beach County, but easily, I think most of you can relate to what Cindy's going to be telling you. Go ahead, Cindy. Nice to see you this morning.
Nice to see you too. Thank you so much, Anne. Good morning, everyone. You can go to the next slide, please. Go to the next slide. The back one. Yep. All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Cynthia Joas. I am a family specialist here at AACY, as well as the North County team leader for the agency. And as you can see here, I wanted to start off with this slide because for AACY, our goal is to always make sure that our families and the students that we service have a smile on their faces. You know, the services that we provide, we want to ensure that our families, you know, get all the support that they need. And also, we also, you know, I have this slide up because, you know, when you smile, I've heard, well, at least I've heard that it also keeps you young. And as you can see, I don't know if you guys can guess how old I am. So yes, so that's why I just thought it would be just nice and bright to start it off like in this way. Okay. All right, you can go to the next slide. Alrighty, with the caregiving youth, so statistics show that about 3.4 to 5.4 million child caregivers currently in the US. So as well as the Florida Youth Risk Behavior Survey, this year showed that 23.6% of public middle school and 16.4% of public high school students are currently engaging in some type of caregiving role and responsibilities, and that equates to about 290,000 students. And that is just, we are just a small percentage of, you know, the students that that are in Palm Beach County right now. Oh, you can go to the next slide. Okay, so what are our caregiving youth and what makes them different, and what are some of the things that they endure that we would say other students in the community don't have to deal with? So of young adults who dropped out of high school, 22% said that it was due to caregiving for a family member. With our caregiving youth students, many of them may miss school, be tardy, or have trouble completing homework, as well as focusing because they have so much going on in the home. And with the added responsibilities, they find it hard to focus and, you know, complete their schoolwork and other tasks that, you know, a normal child would complete. For the students that are enrolled in our program, they usually care for that care receiver for about 20 hours a week. It might seem like it's a little bit, but to a child that's trying to focus on doing homework, you know, engage in extracurricular activities and do things that, you know, any child would want to do, 20 hours can be a lot. And sometimes we have students that are caregiving more than 20 hours a week. You know, sometimes they can become isolated from friends and don't really develop those social skills that they need because they don't have the time to go out and practice, you know, extracurricular activities or hang out with friends, go to the movies because they are so occupied with helping to care for that that care recipient. You know, a lot of the caregiving youth, they miss an opportunity to really be a kid and be a child and enjoy those things that, you know, the average, you know, child would get to do. Next slide, please. Okay, and currently we have 450 students enrolled in our program. Our enrollment this year has been slowed down just a bit due to the pandemic. We have about 60% of our kids that are currently virtually. So with enrollment, and it's very important to build that rapport and have that in-person contact and communication with the students and the families. Although we do have 450 students right now, our enrollment is still in process and we are still enrolling students every day. Thus far, we've serviced over 1,800 students. And usually when we do enroll the students into our program, they stay with our program on an average of about 5.8 years because we do start with them very young, you know, in the 6th grade, and they can essentially choose to stay in our program up until 12th grade until they graduate. And we find that the students that do remain in our program until they graduate, we have a 98% graduation rate with the students that are in our program. We are in 19 middle schools in Palm Beach County. Some of them include Palm Springs Middle. We are in South Tech Academy with South Tech Prep Academy, which is a charter school. We have Carver Middle, Lantana Middle. We are also in 14 high schools. Some of those high schools include Palm Beach Central, Forest Hill High School, South Tech Academy High School. And we do have some of our students, they are what we consider as outliers in about 25 different schools where our family specialists don't necessarily go into those schools, but we do have students that filter into specific schools that our program is not embedded into. And when I say embedded, meaning we don't have a family specialist that goes into that specific school weekly to administer some of the curriculums that the CYP project provides. Go to the next slide. Okay, so how do we get these caregiving youth into a program? So our identification process is relatively simple. So we do a sixth grade eligibility screening, and that eligibility screening is basically at the beginning of the school year. We provide a questionnaire to all the sixth graders that are in that specific school. All the middle schools that we're in, we provide the sixth grade questionnaire, and through the responses of those questionnaires, we're able to identify those students that may be caregiving. There are times, where they might confuse babysitting here and there for caregiving responsibilities. So that's when we send our staff out to the school and they conduct those intakes to see, to verify that caregiving status. And then we then enroll them into the program and begin to provide services. The eligibility screening is not the only way we do get students. Anyone can refer students to the Caregiving Youth Project. It can be from a school counselor, outside agencies. If they know that a youth is helping to care for someone within the home, they are more than willing. Anyone on this conference right now is more than willing to give us a call, and we will do our best to go ahead and enroll that student and try to provide the services that they need. You can go ahead. Next slide. Okay, and just so you can have a visual of some of the work that our students are doing within the home, I provided this slide just so you can have a visual picture. On the top right hand here, we have a caregiving youth that is helping a mom with eye drops. She is visually impaired. To the right of that, we do have one of our other students who is helping to care for mom who suffers from multiple sclerosis. And on the bottom here, we have a caregiving youth that is assisting a younger brother. I think he has autism and also I think it's a brain disorder, correct? Yes, a brain disorder. And then to that right side, we have a grandparent who is in need of oxygen. And I think with this particular family, we had to assist them in keeping the oxygen because she was just new into the country, and they were going to stop paying for it. So when ACY stepped in, we're able to go ahead and help her, find the resources to be able to keep her on this needed oxygen. You can go to the next slide, please. Okay, so let's get down to the real business here. So caregiving youth, what exactly do we do? What are the services that we provide to the students? So we have in-school services, at-home services, as well as out-of-school services. So in the in-school, we have our skills building groups. So the skills building groups, they basically equip our students with the necessary tools to be successful academically, socially, and to basically help them in understanding their caregiving role, and to basically let them know that they're not alone in this role and that there are several students, several across the country, across the state that are doing some of the same things that they are doing essentially in the home. Some of our subjects include stress management. We have some of our sessions that teach them how to write a check. I know one of them in the high school skills building, it asks, where do you see yourself in 5 years? And how do you plan on attaining those goals that you have? So we also do what are called lunch and learn sessions. And those lunch and learn sessions are when we provide different educational materials to students in the school as well as staff. So what this looks like is our staff, our family specialists will go into the school, we set up a table, and every month we address a different topic. 1 month can be lupus, the next month it can be cancer. And we basically have pamphlets, sometimes we create little crossword puzzles to get the kids engaged, diabetes, and we just provide them a chance to come up, get some of the material and take home to their parents and share. Sometimes the staff walks by and picks up a couple of pamphlets, and that just basically keeps the school staff as well as the students and the families informed of the different, diagnoses and disorders that are currently, that we primarily service. We also have individual counseling services. So, sometimes the family specialists were running the groups and we might not have enough time to give a specific student that much needed one-on-one counseling or time that they need, and which makes this component of our program very important because we're able to pull that student aside and give them one-on-one attention, and they're able to get up to 6 sessions of light counseling services where they can, essentially be provided that time and that understanding that they need. We also have at-home services. So this basically, we're linking families to different resources in the community, and we are doing this by home visits. This is probably one of my favorite parts of the program, being that this is when we actually go into the homes and we are able to assess the needs of the family. Because sometimes you're on the phone with a family and they might be afraid to tell you exactly how much they're in need or what it is that they need. But once you're able to go into that home, you're able to see certain things. I know I've been working with a couple of families lately. We have been fortunate enough to partner with an agency in the community, with a company that's helping to basically rebuild their entire kitchen, because right now they don't have a stove in the home. They don't have, they need a refrigerator. Their roof caved in on them. So we have been fortunate enough to be able to make those repairs for those families, but we wouldn't have known that if I didn't go into the home. And it's the same for as, we built a ramp before, for a family. We had one of my families where mom fell down the stairs, while she was coming, because she's had a lot of brain surgeries, back surgeries. So her mobility is somewhat impaired. And we were able to go out into the home and build a ramp. But if no one went into the home, we would not have known that these things are happening. So when we do these special projects and we go to the home, we're able to alleviate some of that stress on our youth caregivers, as well as the family. Because when you help the family, you also help that youth not worry about what's going on in the home while they are in school. We also provide computers to our students. So during our intake process, if they do not possess a computer, it is a question that we ask, and we do our best to go ahead and administer those students a computer so that they're able to do their schoolwork and their homework, and not even just for homework, but just for them to have a computer, because many of our students, they don't own laptops. Maybe they want to watch a movie after they're done doing their homework. So we're able to provide computers, with the assistance of donations and things of that nature. So we try our best to make sure that the students that do not own computers, they do get a computer once they are enrolled in our program. We also have our respite program. So our respite program allows us to send a home health aide to the home to basically alleviate some of those responsibilities that our care receivers, our caretakers, which are our youth caregivers, have to do. So basically, if a care receiver needs help bathing, we would send a home health aide to the home, and that will take that stress off of that parent who probably has to go to work, or that youth caregiver who usually assists that care receiver with bathing, and that home health aide go ahead and provides that family with the service, cooking meals, assisting with medication management, because these are the responsibilities that our youth caregivers have to do. So when we're able to send out a worker to the home, it's really a great opportunity. And we also provide tutoring services to our students. So if they are not progressing well academically, we do have free tutoring services available. And this is from a private tutor. This tutor, they can meet in the home. Right now, of course, with the pandemic, things are a little bit different. So they are doing them virtually, but beforehand, they had a tutor in the home, on the kitchen table, just giving them that one-on-one attention that they deserve, because sometimes they really don't have the time to study as other students would, because they have to clean up the house, because mom cannot clean up because, she's in a wheelchair or whatever the case may be. So, it's a really great resources for our students to have. We also do some of our out of school activities, our overnight camps, which is called Camp Treasure, which is for our middle school students. During Camp Treasure, they get to do a lot of different fun things. They do sleep overnight in these nice cabins. You usually do it up in Lake Worth, and they are able to participate in swim activities. They are able to meet and mingle with each other. And I think that's probably one of the things that I think our students value the most, is being in contact with other students their age and saying, wow, we're all having a good time here. And these students, when they do the same things that I do. And I think that feeling of having a place really makes a difference in how our youth caregivers view themselves. You know, they make friends and they're able to no longer feel alone. We do picnics, we do all types of different fun activities that are led by our activities manager. We also have a great mentorship program, and I'm happy to say that we have about 4 board members that are actual mentors for some of our kids as well. So those mentorship programs, they can last for a very long time. Even after the student graduates, most of the mentors still keep in contact and in communication. And with that mentorship program, you know, some of our families, if they don't have male role models in the home, those mentors, you know, serve that purpose. You know, they have some of that extra added support on top of the things that we provide. They also have somebody, you know, cheering them on, you know, as they make their way through life, basically, and through the struggles and through the hardships of being a youth caregiver. We also have educational activities that we do, which involve educational workshops. We have financial aid workshops that we do to assist some of our seniors. So we try our best to provide all the services that we feel that the youth in Palm Beach County would need. Okay. Next slide. Okay, this right here is an example from our Camp Treasure. I wanted to share this because during Camp Treasure, they are able to create their own treasure box. They decorate it, and then they kind of put their thoughts, dreams, and motivations in there. And this one, you know, one of the students said, my mission is to do whatever I can to take my grandfather's diabetes away so that he can live longer in the family. And, you know, these are things that, you know, other kids don't have to worry about. You know, you would think that you put inside of a treasure box things that you want to achieve. You know, I want to be a doctor when I grow up, or certain things. But these kids, this is what they're thinking about. They're thinking about, how do I preserve this family member's life that I'm caring for? You know, when will they pass away? What will I do if they pass away? What if they're here unconscious? What procedures will I have to do? So these are some of the thoughts that go through our youth caregivers' minds. Next slide, please. Okay, and I wanted to share this picture here. During one of our camp, our CPR class, they asked, the CPR instructor asked everyone to, you know, to raise their hands for those of them who have called 911. And as you guys can see in the picture here, all the kids were, you know, raised their hands saying that they had to call 911. And what's interesting about this slide is you would think that they had to call 911, you know, for maybe there was a fire or something was happening, but all those youth that raised their hand, it had something to do with that care receiver. Either they had to call because that care receiver passed out, or something was happening with that care receiver, but they've all had to be in that situation where they had to act upon, you know, something that was going on at that given moment for their care receiver. And I think that's a big responsibility. And I think that's very interesting because, you know, you just don't think that at such a young age, children would have these responsibilities to know that you're home, you know, you're helping to do things around the house, your medication management, you're doing all these things. And then for you to witness, you know, maybe your grandfather falling and you can't get him off the floor, you know, and you just don't know what to do, and you have to call 911. So these are some of the, you know, the things that our caregiving youth around, you know, within Palm Beach County and around the, you know, around the state, around the country have to face. On the next slide, please. And I just thought I would just share our CYP end of the year results with you all. So if you can see here, this basically evaluates how we're doing and if they are engaging and if they are learning from the curriculums that we are doing. The numbers vary a little bit because not all the students are involved in all the services that we provide, but, you know, help the caregiver knowledge and skills, as you guys can see, it is, you know, we have high rates of student satisfaction as well as parent satisfaction as well. Go to the next slide. Alrighty, and that is all for me. Yep.
Cindy, thank you so much. There is one question, but before I forward that question or ask you to answer it, I will tell you that just listening to all that you do and you and the team do every day, I want to repeat for you something that one of the presenting sponsors said to us yesterday after hearing that, where were you when he was in school? Because he was a very young caregiver of a parent, and there was no program of this kind in his school. So as a result, as an adult, he'll be an advocate for this program, which is wonderful. But this program is very unique to Palm Beach County, although parts of it have been replicated and seeking to be replicated in other areas, but definitely the scope of what you do, and I know you just touched on part of it today, it's absolutely amazing. The question that came through is from Rachel Beck. She was asking whether or not you have noticed that a lot of the caregiving students have an identification as being special education with ADHD. And her question centers around whether, if they do have that designation, if you believe, or the team would recognize that that might have been an identification of ADHD due to anxiety based on the family situation, rather than what is traditionally considered an ADHD diagnosis. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, for based on the data that we haven't particularly had a student with ADHD that's caring for a loved one. However, we have had some of our students that help care for someone in the home that is autistic. So as far as that question, I really don't know, because we really do not have much data on that, unfortunately.
Okay, well, I will answer partially from my point of view, having
Mhm.
been a school district administrator. If children are designated with an special education ADHD designation, they have been through a process to be given that, I use the word label, but they will have an IEP. How it is evaluated, and if the information about the family situation normally would be part of the intake, when they review a student's situation, they do a family intake. So hopefully, if a child is having caregiving issues and that's causing either behavioral or what's being perceived as ADHD, that are aware that this student is in this particular situation, and then knowing that ACY is there to work with the team at the school to identify students' needs and what can be done to assist them. So we can, if Rachel wants more information, I don't see her ask a follow-up, but thank you again, Cindy. Absolutely amazing work that you guys do each and every day. We're so grateful for that. So now we're moving on to our next section on advocacy. Connie, take it away.
Right, and Cindy and our team, I would just like to thank you for the great work that you all are doing with our families. You know, they wouldn't stay with us if they weren't feeling valued and have a benefit. So now, Ryan, if you would give us the next slide. It's my privilege to introduce Dr. Richard Lindsay, aka Dick. He has recently joined our National Advisory Council, and as a physician, who's been involved with the senior community. He has really recognized this population and is working hard to get a program within the schools there and to have these kids recognized. I have to say that Dr. Lindsay walks the talk. We missed him at one of the meetings, and he said, "Well, I was out on a hike." So, you know, we all have to take good care of ourselves. So we're slipping right into our time of advocacy. If you all want to just take a deep breath as so that we have enough time and we can keep to our time schedule, I would really recommend that. But otherwise, let's go ahead with you, Dr. Lindsay. And again, thank you so much for your many years of service and help in terms of getting caregiving youth recognized. So I believe Ryan has turned the screen over to you.
Yep, Dr. Lindsay, I let you share. And then right now we're seeing like the presenter view. So if you just want to go into slideshow mode.
Having trouble, Ryan, getting in my first slide for some reason. I don't know what's going on there.
Have you already clicked on like go to slideshow or like begin slideshow? Here, up at the top. Yeah, there we go. And then up at the top you have slideshow.
I think we're looking right there. We are.
And then right there,
Let's go here to the current slide. How's that? You getting that now?
There we go.
Everybody see that?
Yep. Looks good.
All right, our title today is obviously, why do we teach CPR and not caregiving? I'm a teacher and a geriatrician by trade, and that was my basic question that relates to today's topic. And I'm here because of my association with the Caregiving Youth Program through Connie's American Association. My roots in caregiving go way back. My dad was a country doctor, practiced in a small town 50 miles from the hospital. I started practicing with my dad many years ago. My mother to his left was a lady with a high school education. My dad had trained her to do, she could sew up wounds, she could take x-rays, she could do a number of things. And she came to live with us in my home late in life with severe Alzheimer's disease. She stayed there 3 years. I learned a lot about caregiving, was not a very good caregiver, so I had some uneasiness about some of those issues. That's my background. In medical school, I teach nursing school and still teach the medical school and teach a section on caregiving, both of those locations. Summer, I have a program called the Summer Medical Leadership Program. These are all minority kids, all in disadvantaged backgrounds. And we give them 6 weeks. And part of it is relating to some teaching about caregiving and getting involved with older people and so forth. And out of this group, we began the program in 1984. We now have had over 700 MDs graduate from this program. So it's a very successful program for minority disadvantaged kids. Also, is one of the founders of something called Virginia Navigator. This is Virginia's premier internet service for following populations: disability people, seniors, and veterans. So I have a segment which is available to people, can be broken down locally. You can find all kinds of resources. We have over 1 million hits a year. It's a very, very successful program. The other program I'm involved with, which is something called the Lindsay Institute. I was honored to have it named after me, but basically it focuses on advancing the health of caregivers. One of the things we have is an app contest for college teams in Virginia, 6-member teams made up of different backgrounds. Some of them are social work, some of them are engineering, law, medicine. And they come together for 2 days with a charge to develop an app or a product that will improve the health of caregivers. And so this caregiver hack's got to be an extremely popular thing in the Commonwealth. One unique thing we add to the team, we always add to the team an active caregiver. And the active caregiver gives us a sense of reality. Kids will come up with wild ideas. The guy will say, look, I have no need for that whatsoever. Here's what I need. And out of that comes some really good products. My team, 2019, came up with a really innovative product called artificial intelligence that predicts when somebody's going to have a fall. So this is not something to prevent falls. It prevents it in a sense it happens way before the fall even occurs. And they have an emergency video alert system called EVA. It's a very interesting. Company's now off the ground. I spend a large part of my time talking to groups, whether it's AAAs or area agencies on aging. This was at a governor's conference on aging in June, having to do with the issues for older Virginians. And I bring up the youth caregiving, I bring up adult caregiving, so forth. So it's a very big part of what I do. And along the way, both in my practice and life, I've seen a number of situations where the children were big players. There's obviously a granddaughter and a grandmother, a sibling and a brother, a granddaughter, grandmother, and this is a young lady giving her mother cancer therapy in the sense that she a very important role. So I came to realize that the kids were playing a big role. I didn't know much about it. So I began to read about young caregivers, and I found out, gosh, I could go down all the way to 8. And more importantly, I began to read they have a lot of trouble in school. But all 3 of my kids are teachers. So I asked them one day, I said, what's going on with this? You see anything else? And they had no idea about it, none. I thought, gee, that's another interesting connection. So maybe we have to think about some of that in the future. Then I began to read, and research-wise, somebody's already brought up, I think, Connie, that there's a lot of really good ideas and evidence of youth caregiving internationally. Australia's got a lot going on. Canada's got some excellent programs. Britain has had a long-standing program. So you can get a lot of good ideas about what to do in this area from some of the international work that's already gone down. So a lot of questions began to form in my mind. You know, where would I do something like this? Well, the why is self-evident. I know why I would do it. When would I start? I had all these other things going on, and with whom would I partner, those kinds of things. So this was part of my background, was to think about these issues. And then right away, since I wanted to have a curriculum in high school having to do with education, part of the curriculum would be having to do with caregiving. I said, gosh, I've got to touch base with these people. Well, right away, the list grew. State Department of Education. What are the standards of learning in Virginia? How do you get part of that? What's the Virginia Psychological Association to teach their people about this? What about the schools of education? Did they teach anything about caregiving at UVA and James Madison? More importantly, if you want to do it in a school, what's the interest at a local school level? And more importantly, you got to identify the key players. So it began to be an amazingly time-consuming job. Right about that time, something else come in on the scene. And this bug, as you know, it demolished everything in terms of being able to contact people properly, have group meetings, do all the things that you and I had grown up with. And we had to begin to do Zoom thinking and so forth. It was very, very different. There are other advocacy possibilities, and I reviewed some of them. I did newspaper articles. I have a magazine, which I'm the editor of, called Senior Navigator. It has a section in for veterans. So that's where Senator Dole writes for this magazine. And I do a lot of work with the area agencies on aging. On the state Commonwealth Council on Aging, we've served 10 governors. So all these places have began to raise some of the questions that we've heard already referred to by many of the superb presentations you've already had. And one of the things I wanted to show you is my Senior Navigator state websites just added a new feature called Caregiver Tech Tool Finder. You can go on there and evaluate the kind of tech tools that are out there. We do it just like Consumer Reports does. We test them and so forth. So it's just another way that we link these two things up. So my whole idea was up here on the right. I wanted to have a high school curriculum about caregiving, at least be a part of it. Well, this climb began, it was a pretty tough climb to begin with, but all of a sudden there came these rocks coming down the hill in the form of COVID-19 virus, and it really made it tough. A lot of new hurdles made it a really difficult thing to get up there. So I one day was judging a contest for best practices. And one of the best practices came from James Madison University. They have a program up there where they take the college students and they train them to be respite care workers. They then turn them out and let them go to the home of somebody who's got dementia, free up the dementia caregiver to do whatever they need to do, see the doctor, and they take care of the dementia patient while the individual's getting their own life in order. And it's a very successful program. The leader was Rhonda Zingrat. So I called her one day, and I'd known her in another context. We began to think, gosh, along the same lines, let's talk about this high school curriculum thing. And so we joined forces. We linked up UVA, we linked up James Madison, and Rhonda and I have just done great things. Well, about the same time, I read an article in Atlantic Monthly called Letting Go of My Father by a man by the name of Jonathan Rauch. This is what he said. How can it be that so many people like me are so completely unprepared for what is, after all, one of life's near certainties? That near certainty for everybody is caregiving. He said, what I needed was for the experts to find me and tell me what I needed. He said, we should all be given time off to work at age 40 to take a class in elder care. And Ron and I said, no, what we're talking about is putting the training on a level that begins much earlier in the high school curriculum. Well, I was involved with a program at Monticello High School called the Health and Medical Sciences Academy. And it's a program that kind of segregates off people interested in health and sciences career and gives them preparation for that career. You can see the goal statement here. It says the program will provide students a foundation for post-secondary education or workforce readiness. So it's a big training ground for people interested in health careers. Well, in that program were some key people. One was the career specialist, and the other was a lady who does the work in community-based learning coordinator. She sends the kids out for mentorship in various area agencies or with a physician or with somebody in the dental office, that kind of thing. And working with these two players, they rapidly came on board, but key people make life much, much easier in this whole quest. Then behind this all was the person you've heard to begin this morning, that was Connie Siskowski. Connie's just been an amazing source of information, as has the American Association of Caregiving Youth, and all the presentations this morning have covered a lot of what I was going to say here. And all I would say is that this is where the fountain of information really comes from, in this amazing group. You've already heard the group defined, and I won't talk about that. But the one thing I would say was, it's coming up later, I know, is that AACY has had a great library of videos that are key when presenting or teaching. Most importantly, have you got a child who is a youth caregiver who you can get in a position of having articulate that before an audience? It's a really, really important part of this whole idea of convincing people down the road this is what you want to do. And you just heard some of the things that the Caregiving Youth Project does. This is the kind of information I throw at the school people when I go and talk about what we want to do, and obviously give them some options to do something. They want evidence. Well, the evidence Connie just showed the evidence just a moment ago. You see kids that have been trained in many of the things they need to do to be a caregiver. More importantly, you give them respite care, you give them support, you give them help in school, and the big thing the administrators want to hear is grades improved. So it's a very important bit of evidence to use. Well, Ron and I decided what we were going to do was present to the school's administration and students. And we set a date, March the 5th, 2021, to do it. And right about that time, Virginia was in the midst of having a tremendous upheaval about putting students back in school in the flesh. So they said, no, you can't do it on the 5th of March after all the posters are up and so forth. So we had to move it to the 22nd. So our thing occurs the 22nd of March, just about a month ago. And there were rewards for students and the faculty that were there and some of the administrators. What was the program we put together? You see highlighted in the yellow here, I apologize for the small print. I present a section called Caregiving, a Hidden Healthcare Crisis. I'm going to show you in a minute what some of that is. And then I'm followed by Dr. Zingraff, my partner, and she presents a case called The Hidden Patient, in which she presents a kid who takes his grandfather to the doctor's office. He's got a lot of information about the patient, and we'll see what happens later on. And finally, we have a section where the students can reflect on what we talk about. And then there's a section on career guidance and so forth. Our former First Lady, Rosalind Carter, said there are 4 people on this webinar. I tell the kids, those who have been caregivers, those who are currently caregivers, those who expect to be caregivers, and then people like me, those who need to be caregivers. Well, the kids are young and they don't really grasp this very much. So I say, all right, now let's look at the future. You get to be 65 as a man or as a woman, look at the percent of you going to need care. 58% of men and 79% of women. And most importantly, look at the length of time it's going to take to get that care. 5 years in some instances, 28% of women. And Connie's evidence has very well been presented already, that a huge number of these, under the hidden title of caregivers, they're not noticed by anybody, but they're out there doing significant amounts of caregiving. And you've heard the situation down there in Florida, 290 students. It's an amazing number of kids. I tell people in the student audience that the vast majority of long-term health care is actually provided by families, not by doctors or nurses or anybody else. It's provided by you and your family members, taking care of a family member of someone they love. Now, it disrupts the families tremendously, and it impacts the community they live in. And look at the number of American adults, I tell the kids, that are involved in caregiving. 65 million, about a third of the population, 20 hours a week. And if the country had to pay for it, look what the country would have to pay for. These are unpaid hours. It's an amazing, amazing contribution they make. And what really has changed in this country is the load on the caregiver. It used to be that activities of daily living, dressing, feeding, those kinds of things were what they did. I'm sending people home from the hospital now much sicker, with many more specific medical needs. And down on the left, you got a family member trying to teach his family member something about pulmonary equipment. In the middle, this lady's involved in giving her husband dialysis. And finally, a kid 12 years old giving his mother a shot. So things they never expected caregivers to do are now a routine in the life of many caregivers, particularly youth caregivers. And I teach them how to use Virginia Navigator, this amazing internet resource with the three parts is localized geographically. You can go in there and find out your hometown is Roanoke, what's available resource-wise in Roanoke. And it's a huge thing. So to learn how to work it is important. It's an important tool for youth caregivers, just like it is for adults. Now, here's a guy that something unexpected is going to happen to, isn't he? He isn't ready for it yet. Doesn't know what's going to happen. And that's exactly what I'm talking to these kids about. Caregiving is the unexpected career. One day, everything's going fine. Like this lady here, she's teaching school 2 days ago. Mother's had a stroke, and now she's home taking care. She won't teach for a significant period of time. And we've seen other new caregiving dyads. 1 child in 10 lives with a grandparent, and 40% of those are being raised by the grandparent. Well, who knows what the health of the grandparent is? Does the grandparent have dementia? In many instances, the kid ends up being a caregiver, unknown to anybody, of taking care of the old grandparent who's taking care of them. Now I get back to the target for the Institute. Caregiver health is where the ball game is all about. I want a sign on the poster that says, yeah, caregiving may harm your health. We'll talk about that. Caregiving, I tell the kids, is a life deferred. You give up vacations, your schoolwork suffers, your job suffers, your family relationships change, and most importantly, you begin to neglect your own health. You don't get your flu shot on time. You don't get your teeth taken care of, all because you've got a more important cause than taking care. And this shows you some idea what happens to the frequency of dental visits when people are involved in care. 33% less dental visits when they're involved in caregiving. What the end point is a litany of significant new medical problems. 50% of people have significant depression at the adult level. Headaches occur. Stress-related causes in blood pressure change. Cardiac problems arise. Lack of physical fitness, and on and on and on. So I tell everybody, and particularly young people, that the first rule of caregiving is that the care of the caregiver is the most effective treatment for the person with Alzheimer's or any other condition. Because once the caregiver gets sick, the whole thing collapses and the individual is often institutionalized. So it's very important to get that across. Here's an example. Young granddaughter taking care of her grandmother, going to go see the doctor. The other lady's got dementia, diabetes, hypertension, and got glaucoma. So she takes her to the office, and the minute she does that, she becomes invisible. What do I mean? Well, the doctor isn't even told that the person who brought her in is the caregiver. She's out in the waiting room. And more importantly, the opportunity between the doctor and that lady who's taking care of her grandmother to have any advice about what to do to keep her own health in shape is neglected. 40% of the time, doctor has no words of advice about how to improve the individual's health who's giving the caregiver. The doctor doesn't ask, and the caregiver can't tell because they're out in the waiting room. So I tell the kids, look, when you present, take your individual you're giving care to somewhere, a doctor's office, you go up to the reception desk, say, my name is Dick Lindsay, I am the caregiver, and I want to be part of this issue. I want to talk to the doctor and so forth. You have to be really aggressive. And Connie's group has already talked about this, about the dropouts. And again, this is something that gives them some idea that they're not alone. There's a lot of people with this problem. And more importantly, they need to talk about it with somebody. The other thing I tell them is that they're part of a family where they're sharing the caregiving load with their parent. Look what it costs your parent to take care of somebody. They give up wages, which is a huge chunk, and it'll disrupt the family nest egg tremendously. So it's very important to be aware of that. And I give them a practical example. This shows cost comparison in 2013 and 2023, 2 years from now. And look down there under nursing home, semi-private room in 2023, they're aiming somewhere around $121,287. So it gives them a cost factor reality that's very, very important. And being a geriatrician, I tell them this, that every day since January 2008, 10,000 boomers reach 65 and are eligible for our entitlement programs. By 2050, that number is going to be 82 million over 65. Significant number of whom are going to have need for care. So the market for caregivers is going to be vast. And this is a wave that's going to sweep across Virginia. My mom's illness, 5 Indian Americans with significant dementia now. The worst of all caregiving jobs, I think, is a dementia patient like my mom. By 2050, that number could be as high as 16 million. And look at your watch. Every time that watch hand goes around, that second hand goes around once, 66 seconds, somebody develops this horrendous disease, and the stages of that disease later on often demand caregiving of the utmost degree. So for all of us, we have to ask the question, we're going to take care of our parents, sure, but who's going to take care of us? Well, this slide shows something called the caregiver support ratio. That's the number of people in the age group between 40 and 60 who are available to take care of somebody in the 70 to 80 range. And what you see is in 2010, there were 7 of us available to take care of somebody in that age range. But look what happens over the ensuing years. By 2050, it drops to 3 to 1. What's going on? Fewer marriages, more divorce, and fewer children. So the caregiving pool of people eligible is going to drop off dramatically, and that's going to cause a real crisis. Does it make a difference? You better believe it does. If you've got family caregivers, only about 7% of people end up in institutional settings. If you don't have, half of the people end up being institutionalized at that point in time. So Dr. Zingraf then presents the case. And the case, as I said, Johnny knows about this elderly man, grandpa. He knows because he's living with him now, and his parents had lost his dad in an IED explosion. But Johnny knows that his diabetic care has not been good. He's been not taking his medicines regularly. He knows he doesn't exercise. And more importantly, he's begun to see some memory problems. So he shows up at the doctor's office. The lady at the desk thanks him for ringing, pops in, tells him to go sit down. After a few minutes, they come to get Grandpa. And what they say when he gets up to go with Grandpa, they said, no need to go in. I'll take care of it. She takes him in the examining room. Well, the doc's had a horrendous day. He's busy. He says, how are you doing, Grandpa? How's your diabetes doing? Oh, he said, my diabetes is doing good. Doesn't mention the fact he's forgotten to take his sugar pills twice a week. He loves ice cream. He's got a hidden hoard somewhere. And the doctor says, what's your usual diabetic issues? He covers that, but he never asks any question that day about the memory issues that Johnny was concerned about. So a huge opportunity for appropriate care has been missed in this situation. And then I point out to the students that are in this class, the rewards of caregiving you've already heard about. The one I want to center on is career choice. The best way to understand why people want to be caregivers and want to go on in careers in health is that caregiving experience gives you that premonition of what's going on. It lets you know what's going to happen in the future. And more importantly, it gets you excited about some of the things you've done. So it's an amazing opportunity to link up caregiving. And finally, the big opportunity is this exchange of information you get with the other generation. They know things about life that you'll never know, and they've experienced things you've never done. So the kids are here in this class today to talk about their career choice, and it's an important career choice. And this field of caregiving is wide open and needs your participation today. You've got some of the technical skills that are going to be very appropriate, and this just gives you some of the options that are out there. You can be a home health aide, you can be a doctor, you can be a nurse, you can be a social worker, you can be a dental assistant, you can be a nutritionist, you can be a physical therapist, you can be a PA, and you can be a podiatrist. So huge opportunities. And Biden's new health plan has proposed $400 billion portion of it to be devoted to caregiving. And one of the big segments of it is to increase the number of employees in the caregiving market. So it's a field that's going to have a lot of opportunity. I want the signs in Virginia up there to read this. Welcome to Virginia. Virginia's for the caregiving youth. For me, there are 4 basic tenets of caregiving. 1 is time. You have to spend time. 2 is you have to have the tenderness and empathy we've already heard referred to. 2, touch is part of what I do when I'm taking care of people. And finally, the part we're talking about today is I want to be able to put training at a very early level, significant amount of training about basic caregiving. So my basic title was, why do we teach CPR, not caregiving? All I can tell you is on the 22nd of March, we began to teach caregiving in high school. Got a long way to go, just in the process now of having research projects from our 22nd meeting in March. And one of the things we've got to look at is what's the frequency in this local area of this problem, which they don't know. So that's one of the things we're working at. So I thank you for Zooming with me today. I thank Ryan Neal for helping me. I thank Connie for all the support and help she's given me. She's been my guiding light, and I think she, for all of us, is an example of what a remarkable job people have done in this field and their staff as well. So I'll quit at that point in time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lindsay. I think you are our guiding light. And we really appreciate all that you have shared. Just really wonderful, wonderful information. And we're very grateful for your recognition of children as caregivers and your willingness to, take an extra step to supporting them. And now I would like to introduce Abby Ross. Abby works with Senator Lori Berman. She's really been, I personally hadn't had that much experience with people who are in legislative roles. And it's always just so refreshing to be able to walk into their office and Abby's there and she's attentive and able to answer questions and goes above and beyond. Senator Lori Berman has been our caregiving youth champion in Florida, and we're working hard to get children recognized. And Abby has just, and her whole office, and Senator Berman has been a great support because obviously we know that services to this population have to go beyond Palm Beach County. So Abby, thank you for being able to join us today on behalf of Senator Lori Berman.
Thank you, Connie, and good morning, everybody. It looks like you have a wonderful attendance today, and I'm glad to join in. I know you've probably had a very productive and informative morning. So again, thank you for that kind introduction, Connie, and I'm really honored and flattered to be here and stand in on behalf of Senator Berman. And I am sorry that she is naturally, we're here in week 8 of 9 in the legislative session for those following. So we have today. They don't have session tomorrow, strangely enough, and then they have 5 days next week where they're pretty much on the floor all day, every day. So we're kind of at that point where we thought maybe we'd get her to pop on, but it's hard to predict the schedule, and unfortunately that is where she is. But she's fighting hard for all of us on a number of issues, so we can be glad for that. And again, thank you, Connie, for having me on behalf of the senator. And I'm more than happy to sort of take questions or answer anything I can. If anyone does have any questions, legislatively speaking, I will touch, if it's okay, Connie, on just real briefly. I don't have a large presentation or anything formal, but just to know that, to share with your attendees that Senator Berman is very supportive, as you acknowledged, of AACY and its mission and all that work that you and your group do for years now. Connie, I think we met working in the building that we're in the Children's Services Council of Palm Beach County. And if I'm not mistaken, and we really have formed a good relationship with each other. And I'm glad that we continue to, the senator continues to support everything that you all do. And we did, with your wonderful help, file a bill this year. It's Senate Bill 1036, and I can put it in the chat here in a moment. It would form a Florida Family Caregiving Task Force, and that was really born out of, again, Connie and her group, that, the folks that you have taking the lead there. And it would create, within the Department of Health, a group that would study and make findings and recommendations regarding the necessary support for family caregivers and youth caregivers who are assisting with aging and or excuse me, aging adults or those with disabilities. So unfortunately, we had a little trouble finding a House sponsor before the legislative session began, but I think we'll start working on that a little earlier this year. We have legislative session beginning in January of 2022. So we will be filing bills as early as the summer probably, and we'll be back up here in Tallahassee as early as September. So the process will turn around really quickly. It'll be a short summer and a short turnaround, and we will, of course, look to file that again and get some strong support out the door. I think it's a great idea. I think it was modeled after maybe a couple other states that have something similar. And I think it's time that we do it here in Florida. And I know Senator Berman is a big supporter. I think the issue is getting a lot more traction than it used to. You guys are doing a great job about bringing the education and awareness. Now we're looking to make the legislative changes to kind of go alongside that. And I just wanted to also mention from a legislative standpoint, we did file what's called a local funding initiative request, also known as an LFIR, which is basically a special budget ask. There, of course, are hundreds, if not even maybe thousands that are asked, probably in the hundreds each year by each member of the legislature, both House and Senate. And this was a priority project of Senator Berman's. It has been for years. Last year, we were fortunate enough to get the funding, as many of you probably are aware. And unfortunately, of course, COVID hit, and we're all very understanding about that. But as a result, the governor vetoed it. So we got to the finish line, and COVID kind of stole that from us, unfortunately. So we are at it again. I believe it's currently at play, Connie. There is funding, not the full amount that was originally asked for, but some funding in the project that AACY has asked for. Everything is very much up in the air at this stage, given that we are in these final waning days. The budget, of course, is subject to change. There's a lot of, side things that happen that are we're not privy to, or that we're left out of sometimes just from the political standpoint. So we will do our best to keep advocating. I know Senator Berman made this her #1 priority last year, and I think she's doing the same this year. So please know that she's using a lot of her political capital to make sure that this gets across the finish line again. And hopefully we would not have any vetoes because funding, the budget this year is we're, I think, right about the 100 billion mark. It's incredibly large, and every year it's bigger and bigger, of course. And a lot of the economic projections have suggested that we're not suffering as much as we thought we might be. We had a bad few months, but we've picked back up, which is great news. And we have a lot of infusion from federal funding that's also assisting us. So I really don't think that, while there's of course a lot of issues with COVID still, I don't think that that's going to be the forefront of cuts to our budget. So we're really hopeful that we can get this all the way through successfully this year. So we'll stay tuned and keep you all posted on that, but ask questions, continue all the advocacy you do.
So Abby, I'm wondering, so if a bill made it to the budget last year, does that give it a better chance this year, or is it totally independent?
That's a good question. I don't know that I know that answer. I suppose one would hope or think perhaps, but I don't know. I think, when we start thinking about the governor, we don't have, if we're being honest, I don't think we have the close relationship that other members of the legislature may have. And again, not to be negative, I try, I don't want to be a defeatist, but a lot of that is political and relationships. So we would hope that on, of course, the project on its merit would carry it through, because that is the reason that it should be funded. But I don't know. I mean, I would hope so. I would hope. That's a great question, Connie. I would hope that maybe somebody in his team would say, here's the list of projects that you vetoed last year. COVID funding is not as serious this year. Let's give these a chance, before we give maybe a new project a chance. Maybe there's a priority list there. So those that got vetoed last year would maybe give a little bit more priority this year. That would be nice. I don't know if that's the case. I don't know if we'll ever really know that answer, but maybe we can dig around and ask that question. That's a good question.
Thanks. Yeah, that would be awesome if we could do that. And I don't know if our organization and others on the call can do anything proactively to maybe bring that to his attention.
Yeah, it's a really good question too. And we've debated that amongst ourselves. So I don't want to say it's funny. It's not really funny isn't the right word, but it's a debate over if, sort of like bringing something to their attention, almost if you flag it, is that almost going to draw more attention to it? And could that be a negative thing, even though you think it would be positive? Sometimes you want to lay low and kind of hang in the background. So I'll talk to Senator Berman and see where she stands on it. I think as long as we hopefully get through, first we have to get through the legislative portion. So, we are speaking a little bit ahead, but I hope that that is the case, that we do succeed through the legislative portion first. And again, our legislative session ends next Friday, the 30th. So we'll see how that works out. But we have wondered that, and same thing with our policy bills. Is it better to lay low, or should we have a bunch of people flood the governor for support? I'm not sure. I think there's different strategies based on different moments in time, different people in power. So maybe we can reassess that in the weeks to come, where we stand and what might be I don't think it's a bad thing to ask for support. I mean, I would never want to discourage anyone from advocating. So I think no matter what, if someone picks up the phone or sends an email, I would never discourage that, for sure.
Okay, and the other aspect is that, we want Florida to maintain a leadership role in this arena among caregiving youth, and now, people in several other states, and we want that to happen. But from a policy position as well as funding, it would be awesome for, Florida to maintain that and really produce a whole model. So the kids in the rest of the state, especially given the YRBS data from spring of 2019 that showed that there were that there were more than 290,000 public, middle, and high school students. So,
is there anything I can answer? Oh, I'm sorry, Tani.
No, I was going to say thank you for posting the link.
Oh, sure. I mean, I'm happy to take, and I know you want to stay on a tight schedule and I don't want to talk your ear off, but is there anything I can answer or bring back to Senator Berman? I think you've asked a couple good questions that we can definitely circle back on. I don't know if this is an interactive opportunity, but if anyone has any questions or concerns, or just legislative process.
A few minutes. If there's any questions, you can put them in the chat or ask live. Does anyone want to ask Abby anything else?
I do. I see one popping up. You have a great attendance. Yeah. I see 66 people. That's amazing.
So there is a question about the international perspective for this conference. It could emphasize how Florida could be a national leader on an international issue. So Dr. Betsy Olson, who will be presenting this afternoon, is involved with Young Carers International and actually was supposed to chair the in-person. So
that's great. I'm opening up the link now. Thank you, Ms. Olson, and I will take a look at it. That's great. It's really great. You guys, I'm just thrilled. So today is it just today, Connie, that you're having a one-day conference? I mean, you have a fabulous attendance.
Yeah, actually, there were a few more people earlier. Some people had other meetings, so we encourage people to come on as they could, but we've had over 100 people sign up. So we're very encouraged about that, and to have participation by so many disciplines. And, people dealing with this issue. And Abby, what you don't know is that on May 7th, we're connecting kids from Florida with kids who are caregiving youth in the military, those who are helping family members with ALS and others, so that they know that they're not alone way beyond Florida.
That's awesome.
So
That's really
little
great.
by
You guys
little,
do great work.
and it's with help from Senator Berman and your office, your whole team that has been so supportive.
Thank you. Well, you make it easy to work with you and your group. And again, I'm sure, like you said, there's a lot of folks on here that of course we've never met, but you are doing the hard jobs every day. You're the sort of frontline workers, so to speak, and carrying on in other capacities that we may never fully understand or know or realize or acknowledge. So, please continue educating us and enlightening us about the issues, because it helps us advocate and understand what's going on. We're removed from it. So it helps to hear from people like you and your group and doing that hard work every day. And I don't know, Connie, if you want me to just answer Izzy's question about how to get a House sponsor to a House member to co-sponsor.
Yeah.
Or if you want to speak to that, I know you're pretty savvy yourself.
No, so Izzy that would be for the workforce. So we have that little bit of time, right, for when we file that again. And any help that we can get to get a co-sponsor, that would be awesome if you have any ideas. So guys, that's what's happening within the state of Florida. And then we're also very excited to have Felicia Goldstein here recommending and representing U.S. Congresswoman Lois Franco's office. And like Abby, Felicia has been awesome in dealing with us, answering our questions, trying to help us further this work and recognize that not only in Florida, but we have to make change federally in order to get caregiving youth recognized. So we are so appreciative of her. Representative Franco was at our office. She's met with some of our families. And so she really has an understanding of what some of these kids are going through. And so, Felicia, thank you so much for making the time also to be with us and to work in forwarding the support of caregiving youth throughout our country.
Well, thank you, Connie, and thank everyone for attending this very important conference. Connie, you've been a real pleasure to work with our staff, and of course the Congresswoman, who was really appreciative of you putting together some people a couple of years ago. It was pre-COVID, some of the youth caregivers and their families, and the stories were really very moving and very eye-opening and very much a reality for so many of our kids here in Florida. And I want to start by talking a little bit about the pandemic, because these kids take on such a mature role in their homes that we often forget they are kids, and they have gone through quite a drastic change during this pandemic. We have seen how many kids, especially kids who are having to work, having to be caregivers, they have so little time to actually be kids. And the fact that they're not in school often has shown to be a real problem for all our young people. The socialization is really imperative. And the need to be around other kids who understand what they're going through, understand what they miss. And I think the pandemic, if nothing else, so much else actually, has shown us the really magnified the large gaps we have regarding healthcare, regarding caregivers, and especially for women and children. They have called this the time of she. So many women have had to step away from their jobs to stay home with their children, educate their children, play various roles. Kids have had to change their roles, even if they're not currently caregivers, in their homes, helping with maybe younger siblings, helping their parents, and just all of them being together so much. I mean, in some ways it's a blessing for some parents, but it's just not been a healthy mentally or physically time for so many of our neighbors in our communities. And, we've seen some good things. We've seen telehealth, which is playing a bigger role, and that may be helpful for some of our youth caregivers. And that has been a real success and hopefully is going to even be further used as we continue on and hopefully see more and more light each day at the end of this tunnel that we've been stuck in. But I do want to quickly mention that there's an American Rescue Plan package, and there are many things in that package that could be critical to some of our caregivers and their families. There's health coverage for people who have lost it, an ability for you to get health coverage, whether it be through COBRA, whether it be for the Affordable Care Act extension. But there are ways that people can be made sure that they have health care if they've lost their jobs because of the pandemic. There's paid sick and medical leave. That's part of that package. We've funded a great deal of money to not-for-profits, like yourself, Connie, this group that, people out there are able to get more money to help get the word out or help their community members that have never sought help from them before. We see the numbers growing there. And, your group especially, and we talk about Florida, and I think Florida should be an even easier, in some ways, place to promote the youth caregiver programs, because we do have so many caregivers. And I know we usually think about caregivers as children, adult children taking care of parents or spouses taking care of each other. But we do know for a fact that people generally do better staying in their homes when we talk about our senior community. And we also know that there are states out there and places that are allowing people who have health issues to choose who their caregiver should be, including family members, and allowing them to be paid. They have a program like that in New York. I still listen to a lot of my New York stations, and I often hear the commercials about you can sign up to be a caregiver for your family member or a friend or whoever you're helping, and it's 18 and over, and they do pay. That would certainly be helpful to so many of our families. And I particularly was very attentive to so far. I've been listening all morning, but the doctor's presentation was really so eye-opening and so brought it really home for me when he was talking about the numbers and what these kids are doing and putting shots in their parents' arms, dialysis. I mean, so many things that really you would never expect even an adult to be able to do, let alone a young person. The other thing I want to mention just before I talk quickly about what the Congresswoman has done and continues to do with regard to the youth caregivers is some of the needs of the veterans, families and whatnot. Just to let you know, the Congresswoman, on top of being on the Appropriations Committee in the U.S. House, was also named this year to the Veterans Affairs Committee and Health and Human Services Subcommittee. And that was because she obviously, for those of you who don't know, her son served either 2 or 3 tours of duty, Iraq, Afghanistan, as a Marine. And she, of course, holds that very near and dear. Her father was in service. And so she's on that committee. So if anyone, I left my email once to who made presentations, and as we discussed about the veteran families, if you could send me some of that information, it'd be helpful. I'm sure my boss would definitely be eager to hear more about that. Regarding the caregivers, last year, the Congresswoman was successful in advocating for language to be used in the House Appropriations Committee that instructs federal agencies on how to spend their federal resources. And so the language that she was able to get put in last year and remains regarding youth caregivers is that the committee recognizes the significant barriers and lack of support youth caregivers face and urges ACL and its Family Caregiving Advisory Council to consider the needs of youth caregivers in the development and execution of its national family caregiving strategy. And she will be making the same ask this year, as well as asking for more funding for the National Family Caregiver Support Group, which provides resources to family caregivers, youth being included, youth caregivers. And so we are looking forward to continuing to advocate. And because during COVID, as I mentioned earlier, we have seen how many people are home, good portion of them women. We really feel the need to make sure that we provide more for the family caregiver support programs than ever before. And hopefully that not only allows the families to do what they need to do as well, you know, the caregiver, keeping the person in the home, but it will also help some of these families to allow some of the people in the home to get back to work. And of course, again, focusing the need on getting these kids back to school, all kids, so that they can mingle and do some of the things that we so took for granted before this pandemic, but realize now how important they really are for their mental health, stability, and for their maturing throughout the years. So I will leave it there, Connie. You know, we continue to advocate for you because you advocate so well to us on all your kids' behalf. And we greatly appreciate that. And I will say to you that sharing the stories was really, my boss, for those of you who don't know the Congresswoman, she's not big on sharing facts and figures. It's important to know, of course, but what she really likes to do is share stories. And she feels that the humanity of these stories, whether it's about child caregiving or, as the doctor mentioned, grandparents raising grandchildren, and then the grandkids being the caregivers, all of these things really need to have faces on them. People need to realize that this could be them at any point in time. And again, I think that's something the pandemic showed us all, that we could have never imagined this 2 years ago. And I know there's a show, which I've not watched, which my kids tell me about, that they watch, that actually is about a pandemic, and there's some overlap, and you could never even believe that this show just came out during the pandemic, but it's something I don't think any of us could have imagined. Everything that we're seeing in our communities, everything that's stopped, just like that. I know in our office, we shut down in March. The desks, I'm in the office every day, but I'm the only one. And my colleagues' desks look like they were planning on coming back in a couple of days. And a couple of days stressed to a couple of weeks, to a couple of months, and a year of, for all of us, of lost time and lack of physical distancing, physical ability to have, you know, the fact that we have to physically distance, and just the support of being together has been a stress on everyone. And I think that we particularly need to make sure we follow and watch these kids who are under such immense pressure on any given regular day, certainly much more so now. And hopefully sooner than later, we will be coming out of the pandemic and they'll have some normalcy back, whatever normal is to them. So thank you very much. And if anyone has any questions, happy to take them.
Yeah, and so, Felicia, I guess one of my hopes and prayers is that, you know, as a result of COVID, I mean, we have to have something good come out of it, right?
Yep.
That, you know, with attention to disparities among our population regarding healthcare, that attention is also paid to not just to the patient, but to the family and especially the trickle down effect on the children. Because it's really the families that don't have the resources in which the kids are most impacted. And, you know, looking at how poverty, which is something that I think different areas of our country are trying to address, how that crosses over to caregiving youth. And, you know, I don't know if you were on before when Cindy was talking about one of, you know, a couple of our families where there's, you know, not appliances in the home and where the walls were caving in and the roof collapsed. So
yeah, we've actually seen kinds, you know, it's terrible. I mean, we always talk about the underserved communities, right? The marginalized, the underserved, but never was it more evident during this pandemic, never. And, you know, you talk about, like you just said, we had a family that we chatted with for a bit, who was going to get food. They needed food relief, food help. And when they saw what was being given out, they didn't even have pots and pans to cook with. I mean, and you know, you think about these things, and we really probably didn't much think about a lot of these little things before COVID because we take it for granted. How do you not have pots and pans, right? It's 2021. Broadband. You talk about, you know, all these kids, caregivers, non-caregiver kids. They had to go remote. They had to go online to get, you know, into class. Okay, so the school district gave them a computer. That's great. But a lot of them didn't have access to internet. I mean, it's amazing. Again, in 2021, we all walk around with multiple platforms, 2 phones, a mini iPad, all of this stuff. You see kids in restaurants on iPads, little kids, right? So they stay, so they're doing something while their parents are talking and eating. And yet there are hundreds and thousands and probably millions of kids who can't even get on the internet. So part of the relief package includes meeting all of these burdens, whether it be giving library resources, communities, building up. And that's why, you know, we talk about the infrastructure plan and everyone thinks of bridges and roads, but broadband's a big part of that. And that's crucial because telehealth has been crucial. Telehealth is great if you can get on the internet and have access to a doctor, right? It's not just one step. We may think of it that way because we're blessed, right? But there are so many. It's having the device, having internet set up to the device, having an actual doctor that knows you, that you could speak to. All of this has been totally magnified and I think has shown we need to stop talking about it and start doing it. And the Congresswoman agrees that youth caregivers have to be part of that conversation. So we will continue to advocate. I know she's, you know, when we talk about this, the family caregiving, she mentions the youth, she talks about your program. She talks about her visit and talking to the families. And that's why I say the stories, putting people's faces is so important, right? Because when you see someone else, you can almost say, that could have been me, or that could be me, or that could be my kid. Because really, it's one time of a person getting a phone call from a doctor that can change your life, right? Go for blood work, God forbid, 100 times. You find something, dementia, you have a healthy parent, that's great, works, all of a sudden start seeing early Alzheimer's set in. Life changes for everyone. And so we need to not just think about that for adult children, we need to think about that for the kids who are doing that hard, really hard work every single day by being supportive of their families.
So yeah, we're so appreciative of your support and of Congressman Frankel's support. So there is a comment or question in the chat that says, many of my high school students are telling me that their former jobs are unavailable because if a job comes back, it is being filled by an adult. As a legislator, please consider that teenage young adults have been impacted financially as well. And I can share with you too, Felicia, that as some of our families have lost their jobs, our high school students are trying to step up to the plate and help their families financially. So that just puts an additional burden on them, besides being a caregiver and besides being a student.
Yeah, there was a podcast I listened to months ago that discussed just that very thing. It was about kids in a school, in a band, I think in Texas. And the band was everything. It was just the camaraderie. It was so important to them. They loved it. And a lot of those kids only went to school to be in the band. And a lot of them were working or caregivers to their family members, and their family member had lost the job, like the dad or the mom, and the other parent is sick and can't work. So the kids went out and got work, but they had to be at like band practice at 6 a.m. And kept talking about how that was their only place that they felt normal, was going to this band practice. It was everything to them. And so they would go to work, they would do everything, but they had to get for the 1 hour of normalcy. They needed it more than anything. And I think, yeah, and they were working at all sorts of jobs. You know, we're hearing in the community, depending on the stuff that people, for instance, the restaurant industry has been telling us that they have tons of jobs. They can't find anyone to fill. I don't, you know, I think that's probably possibly going to start getting easier to get people back to work and into work. But yeah, I will definitely pass it on to her about making sure that the teenagers and the kids are talked about in the economic conversation as well.
Yeah, and one other thing just to share with everyone, that we've had some preliminary talks, because perhaps one of the barriers to getting support for caregiving youth is that so much of the National Family Caregiver Support Program was attached to the Older Americans Act. So that comes with age discriminators. So we've talked about, you know, maybe creating some language for a bill nationally, perhaps that would be independent, maybe with youth and families, so that caregiving youth could be recognized as a population and have the support that others, such as those in foster care or who are homeless or other risk children, are able to have.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, we're happy to have that discussion with you and try to see if we can further that along. Thank you, as always.
Thank you so much.
It's always a pleasure.
Yeah, let me just see. It looks like there might be one other question. Nope. So thank you.
I put our contact in the chat if anyone has any issues, and please feel free to forward me that information about the veteran families and kids. Be happy to take a look at some suggestions if you have.
Okay, great. So now it's going to be time for a break for lunch. And during this time, if anyone wants to stay on or come back early, we've created a PowerPoint which will be looped to show you pictures of some of our kids and their activities. So we'll welcome you back, Rosie Nguanzo Martin, who is the chair of our AACY board, will be welcoming you back, and she will also be introducing one of our sponsors. So thank you for your time, your attention. Enjoy your lunchtime, and we welcome you back. Thank you so much. Thank you to our presenters. You're really all awesome, and little by little, we're going to get these kids recognized. Thank you.
All right, everyone, we have gone into lunch break and will return at 12:35 Eastern. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back. Thank you for returning to our exciting conference. Thank you for returning to our exciting conference presentations, and welcome back if you are joining us for the first time. As we indicated this morning, each presentation will be 15 minutes long and have a question and answer for the subsequent 5 minutes. Please use the chat for your questions. Any questions not answered during this time will be addressed following our conference. Now I'd like to acknowledge our AACY Board of Directors, our Caregiving Youth Project Advisory Council, and our AACY National Advisory Council for their ongoing participation and support. Our focus remains on the caregiving youth we currently serve and those who we have yet to serve here in Palm Beach County, the state of Florida, and nationally. It's only together that we can reach our goals so that these children are recognized and supported in policy and practice, and that no child in our country has to drop out of school to provide care for a family member. We want to continue to grow in order to help even more children who are child caregiving youth. Now, I would like to introduce Mike Grant, who is the community manager at Avalon Bay. We are thankful that Avalon Bay is a conference sponsor today. Mike would like to say a few words about Avalon Bay and their support for the AACY. Welcome, Mike. Are you available?
I'm here. Can everyone hear me?
Great. Thank you, Mike.
Awesome. Thank you for that introduction. As mentioned, my name is Mike Grant. I'm the property manager for Avalon Bay Communities here in Doral, Florida. Avalon is actually new to the South Florida region, initially breaking into the Florida market towards the beginning of 2020. We currently have 5 properties operating in Palm Beach, Broward, and Miami-Dade County. One of Avalon Bay's core values is the spirit of caring. Rooted deeply in that core is our longstanding history of building strong communities and just providing outreach and support in the neighborhoods that we operate within. With that excitement and to grow that outreach and philanthropy program here in Southeast Florida, we connected with AACY early last year, 2020, and obviously the timing couldn't be better to build that partnership with them. Apart from being a proud sponsor of the Caregiving Youth Institute conference with AACY here today, we've also supported them in ways of volunteering and participating in holiday toy drives, as well as through financial support. And we're hoping to just kind of continue to build on that partnership. I, for one, have a special connection to AACY because of myself growing up. I was a poor caregiver, caregiving youth to my mother, starting at the early age of 10. And I, all through middle school and high school, I was responsible for anything from shopping, cooking, cleaning, bathing, even organizing and administrating my mother's medicines. In high school, I was her main source of transportation to and from doctor's appointments. And somehow through all of that, I managed to be the first in my family to graduate college. But even after I returned from college, that caregiving service to my mother continued all the way up until the point of last year when she passed away. So, when I first heard about AACY, my initial thought was, this is amazing. And my second thought was, where were they when I was coming up or growing up? So I'm just excited for the work that you're doing to be a part of it. We're excited my organization, Avalon Bay, to be growing this partnership with AACY, see how we can further extend our outreach and hopefully be doing some in-person things very soon.
Wow, thank you, Mike. That was really amazing. We really appreciate Avalon Bay and your support. I too was a caregiving youth, and sometimes you're placed in this situation and it's really part of your life and you don't even realize you're a caregiving youth, but you're struggling. So I really do appreciate your empathy, and I really do appreciate Avalon Bay. And we look forward to continue to work with you, and we truly are thankful and grateful for your support.
Thank you so much. We look forward to it.
Thank you. So now I'd like to introduce our afternoon session. It's actually on research, and our first speaker is Dr. Julie Belkowitz. Julie has served on the Caregiving Youth Project Advisory Council for a decade. Also, several of Julie's MD, MPH students from Miller School of Medicine have done their research on different issues surrounding caregiving youth, which are actually published. Some of these students who are available today are participants in today's conference, and we welcome them too. If any of you have any questions, please put them in our chat. Dr. Belkowitz will address your questions at the end of our session. In the unlikelihood that your questions are not answered, we will respond directly to your question and or post it on our website. Thank you, Dr. Belkowitz, and welcome. We truly look forward to listening from you. Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much for having me today. It's been such a pleasure to be at this conference. I was so inspired by the presentations this morning, and thanks to those of you who have shared your personal experiences. And it's really been a privilege to be involved with the Caregiving Youth Project and AACY. I think, Ryan, if you have my presentation, we can start there. So yeah, so I called it kind of almost a decade of mentoring medical students and other healthcare trainees. And so I just want to spend some time today really talking about the work of other people. Some of them are on the call today, so I'm so glad that you guys were able to make it. But if we go to the next slide, you know, I was invited to be a part of the Caregiving Youth Project Advisory Council about 10 years ago. And I really didn't know what my role would be or what the expectations for my role were at that time. As a pediatrician, I had heard of AACY from some other experiences in the community, but I can say that it's definitely not something that we are taught about in our training, not anything that we really learn about in an explicit way. And so I thought that, you know, one role for me would be to try to raise awareness, you know, in the medical community about this important issue and these really amazing kids that are really hidden away so many times, even among their own pediatricians and other healthcare providers. So I tried to think about different ways that I can get involved, and it's really evolved over the years. And I have to say, you know, Connie and everybody at AACY are amazing partners and full of just incredible ideas all the time, which has really kind of guided each step along the way. But some of the different ways that I've tried to figure out how to get involved were, well, my main role actually is in medical education. So that's what I do as my full-time job. And so one small thing that I did is the clerkship director, so all of the medical students that were coming through my rotation and learning about how to take a history from pediatrics, we added a question about caregiving into that history taking card. So as trainees are learning to ask questions about the family history for their patients, that they also learn to say, well, what role are you playing in caregiving? Just one small step, but to try to get the idea out there. We've also done a lot of medical presentations with Connie as well to various, you know, local American Academy of Pediatrics chapters, to pediatric provider groups, speaking grand rounds at the hospitals. We've presented at the American Psychological Association National Conference and written newsletters in different areas. We've talked about ways to incorporate that question that I said that I kind of taught to medical students. How can we incorporate that more formally into perhaps electronic medical record system, which is a goal of mine for the future. But really, I realized that the biggest way that I can make an impact with my job, as I said, in medical education, I'm not a full-time researcher. I have, you know, almost minimal training in research, and I have a lot of other responsibilities. But I felt that working with medical students who are really eager and engaged population, people that really want to make a big impact and are kind of setting out on their own careers, that this is a great opportunity for broader research. So that's what I'm going to talk about today. On the next slide, we see the list of some of the students that have been with us from the beginning until now. And it's really just been such a privilege to work with each of them as they go through. Some of them I'll mention specifically by name today in their project, and others have definitely done incredible contributions. So the first project was, on the next slide, is something that, so Dr. Rami Asaf, who I believe is on the call, so glad you're able to make it, and Jennifer Ofterspring, who are medical students. And the first project that they did is they went and they looked at the intake forms from the children involved in the Caregiving Youth Project to see what is it exactly that the kids are doing, how much time are they spending. And I think this came up in a question earlier this morning. It was no surprise, but it was important to be able to put it, formally out, that the kids are taking on tremendous responsibilities, getting deeply involved in IADLs, most commonly emotional support and keeping their care recipients company and cleaning, but also very significant ADLs such as mobility, feeding, and things like that. So from there, on the next slide, what was really exciting is that we were able to see kind of how the impact of kind of one research project can be spread further along. So if we go to the next slide, I wanted to just talk a little bit about the impact. So this was 2 medical students who put a great deal amount of time and effort into doing this, but they were actually able to present their work at the American Academy of Pediatrics annual meeting. And at that time, it was picked up by the national media. And so there were articles written about this topic in the Washington Post, and it went all the way to the British Psychology Society. And there was an article written in the American Academy of Pediatrics newsletter, again, getting this word out into the medical community. This ultimately led to a publication and kind of spurred further the next steps of research, which I'll talk about. And then Dr. Asaf, as he continued into his residency, continued his role as an advocate and working in a medical model to support caregiving youth as he moved forward. So then the next project that we did was with a student on the next slide. And her name was Maggie Nichols. Dr. Nichols is completed her residency now as well as a pediatrician. And really realizing from that initial study that over a third of kids were managing medications. And so many of our speakers today have already mentioned that, that what Maggie did was a lot of interviews with kids in the Caregiving Youth Project who'd been identified as managing medications, and really just documented in a publication for the first time ever the significant responsibilities that these kids take on. And on the next slide, I believe it talks a little bit more about the results of the, we'll go back one more. I'll just talk about the results of the study. But basically themes that emerged from that study, not surprising, is that kids were involved in managing a lot of different medications. They had to make a lot of decisions about that. Themes came out about how they were trained. Oftentimes the care recipient themselves trained them. Sometimes healthcare professionals and the doctors and healthcare home health aides were training them. And so there was a huge set of responsibilities that the kids take on. And one other area that came up was the idea of safety issues. Kids having to make decisions, calling 911, as was mentioned earlier. And even just how they disposed of the needles and the sharps, sometimes we're disposing of them in ways that weren't safe. So that led to the next project with a medical student on the next slide now. Thank you. If we can just advance, where Catherine spent a summer working with the AACY, exploring a lot more of this issue of medication management, speaking with ethics panels, speaking with attorneys, speaking with pharmacists, speaking with poison control, and trying to find out a lot about some of the complexities involved in children when they're having to manage medications for their family members. What the outcome came from that was a series of videos for the kids themselves about medication safety. And with that, it really was able to kind of not only identify an issue, but make some very tangible and specific interventions for the kids as they manage these important responsibilities. And after that, Catherine stayed on board as a member of the study team. And I see that Dr. Olson will be speaking as well as Emma Armstrong-Carter, who are part of the team, looking at the statewide data that was mentioned earlier. And Catherine, again, was able to present this at our local hospital grand rounds. And after our grand rounds presentations, a local school health clinic here from the University of Miami reached out to talk more about it. And from there, they're actually including the intake questions that the AACY uses with all of their 6th graders as a part of their school health clinic. So now all the kids that come through the school health clinics will actually be screened for caregiving. And so one of my important goals from this is thinking about how each little step along the way kind of leads to the next step into more growth and more advocacy and more programs for our caregiving children. So when we go into the next slide, Another big area, as I mentioned, is kind of trying to understand what is it that pediatricians and pediatric healthcare providers know about caregiving youth. I mentioned personally, I had never had any formal training about the topic. It was never something that I was formally mentioned in any time of my training. So one of our students, Tony Chanru, decided that she would spend her project developing and implementing a survey for pediatric healthcare providers. We had some preliminary data that we actually presented 2 years ago at this conference. And Dr. Kavanaugh, who's also speaking after me today, I believe, heard that presentation and was able to connect me with Brianna Bliss, who is a psychology grad student here, almost finished with her PsyD right now. And she's actually expanding and continuing that research project in looking at healthcare providers in the Philadelphia area. So we look forward in the future to being able to present that data really now at a national level of pediatric healthcare providers and their understanding of and attitudes surrounding caregiving youth. On the next slide, I also wanted to touch on a little bit about some of the policy work that we've done over the years. So again, one of the people in the audience at one of the grand rounds that we gave was a Dr. Kathy Lenz. And she decided to take on a project to raise formally this issue with the American Academy of Pediatrics, and actually created a resolution that was presented on a national level, basically requesting more research, more guidance towards screening, and just overall more awareness in the pediatric healthcare provider community. And we had another student who really spent her project exploring global and national policy, which again was published in the Florida Pediatrician, as well as again presenting in hospital grand rounds. And on the next slide. So as I was trying to figure out all of this work kind of visually, I was envisioning kind of a web of, how this action led to the next action. But what I came up with, because I'm not that creative with my design, was this timeline. So on the top, you can see kind of that first initial study that was done in 2013. And kind of on the bottom part of the arrow are kind of the impact of it. So national media attention and leading to a pilot medical model out in California. We've done grand rounds presentations that have helped raise awareness among many other members of our community that ultimately led to advocacy, policy, and even integration into school health clinics. When we looked at the medication management study, the impact was this actual tangible set of videos for the kids who are participants of the Caregiving Youth Project. And we looked at our study of healthcare providers and how we've been able to expand that into new cities and new areas. So some of the future projects that we're working on, we have a student right now, her name is Emily Ramos, and she's going to be interviewing in depth children who are the single caregivers for their parent or grandparent to further understand the experiences that they're going through every day, and to kind of help share that and shed light on some of the unique experiences they have as the sole caregiver. We also have a team of students working on developing more educational materials about health issues and other related topics for the CYP team. And we're also looking forward to collecting the data from the surveys that I mentioned that were integrated into our school health intake forms for hopefully to find evidence and support to expand programming into a new area. So with that, that's my brief summary of what we've done over these last 10 years. It truly has been a privilege to work with this special population and to work with this amazing team. And I welcome any questions that you have.
I'm not seeing any questions, Julie, but we're so thankful for you and your ongoing involvement, and really the difference it makes having some data and the students and knowing that, as they go forward in different parts of the country, that they'll take this experience with them. So
thank you. That's my biggest goal, is that each trainee that we work with kind of builds their own little net and expands little by little to increase impact each person along the way in their own way. So thank you so much for the opportunity.
You know what, Ryan, Emma said that her chat is disabled. She wasn't sure if that was the case for other participants. So just wanted to mention that. I don't know if you saw it, but. And so now, as Julie mentioned, next slide, Brian, please.
All chat, all chat is disabled for participants. They can put everything in the Q&A box.
Okay. So Emma, did you have a question or a comment before we go on to Betsy? No, she's good. She just wanted to let us know. Thanks, Emma. So now, part of our group that has been working on a couple of different publications includes Dr. Betsy Olson, who was in the UK working with young carers there, and came to came to UNC at Chapel Hill and wanted to continue her work and reached out to us, and we're very thankful for her work that she's done previously as well as currently. One of the first projects was trying to integrate people in the aging network to introduce them to caregiving youth. And so she started a project called Bookend Caregiving. And, it's one of the areas where, as you could see from Julie's slide previously, a lot of children are helping with mobility, and that aligns pretty closely with so many kids taking care of older people. So Betsy and I share leadership of the Caregiving Youth Research Collaborative that has been, I would say, impacted somewhat by COVID, and we look to redoing that and reawakening it as hopefully life returns to somewhat normal in the future. And it's my honor and privilege to introduce Dr. Betsy Olson to you from UNC Chapel Hill. Betsy?
Thank you so much, Connie. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen and get this started up. Thank you for your patience. All right. I'm really grateful to be here today, and just absolutely loved hearing from everyone this morning. It is an absolute honor of my life to work with Connie and all the members of the AACY and the Caregiving Youth Project. If you aren't familiar with the family specialists there, you should know them. They're pretty remarkable and are probably some of our greatest talents and resources for helping us understand what's going on. As Connie mentioned, we've done a lot together. And in fact, I have Emma Armstrong Carter to thank for that. She was an undergraduate at UNC when I first arrived from the UK. I came to the United States and I said, I want to keep doing this work that I've been doing for many years with what are called young carers globally, and started calling around and was trying to find the organizations and groups in and around Chapel Hill and in North Carolina, which were working with this population. And it began to dawn on me that there really wasn't a group. And so Emma, at the time as an undergraduate, had come to me with some interest in research, and through her diligence and work, we were able to identify the work of the AACY. And it's been such a joy because Emma continues to do work on this topic and is completing her PhD now in developmental and psychological sciences, and with some data science training as well. So it's really lovely to see her here. And I also want to give a shout out to Maggie Ornstein, who I see there. She's a fellow geographer at Sarah Lawrence College. Connie and I were talking about what might be helpful to hear from today. There's lots of different little pieces of work that I've been supporting. I'm a firm believer that research should be driven largely by the needs and demands of the populations that we work with and that we're hoping to benefit. And so my work has spanned across several different areas where it comes to caregiving. And I guess I should mention that as a geographer, I'm also an ethicist. And so most of my work is in moral philosophy, and then I do empirical research because I feel like moral philosophy should correspond with the world that we live in. And so it's been really amazing to work with Dr. Belkowitz, with Connie, and it's great to see a lot of the students that Dr. Belkowitz has worked with on this call and whose research I've followed since they've done their investigations initially. What I decided I wanted to talk about a little bit today, since COVID and the pandemic is on everyone's mind, and especially in thinking about what do we do now, I wanted to talk a little bit about this as an opportunity, and an opportunity that I've identified at my university to ask the question, are you a caregiver? And so as I think that you'll recognize, caregiving can begin at any time and it continues. It doesn't just end when we transition through our life course. So I'll discuss that a little bit today, and I want to acknowledge UNC Chapel Hill Dean of Students and the UNC College of Arts and Sciences for a lot of support. I am an employee, educator, and administrator at UNC Chapel Hill, and so a lot of this matters to me and matters to the kinds of work that I do. It matters to the effectiveness of the education that I can provide to our undergraduate and graduate students. It's not related to some of my other funding, including PCORI and NSF. And I just want to caution as well that some of the data that I am talking about today has not been thoroughly analyzed. And so this is kind of a first glimpse to help you understand how we're tackling this question. Are you a caregiver? What it means for the kinds of opportunities that we might have in moving forward at our university. So what is the problem really that we're trying to address in higher education? We know that caregiving young adult students in higher education have very complex and changing needs, and that it impacts both their well-being and their capacity to be students. When I first arrived at UNC and I was trying to find individuals who might be interested in caregiving of children, adolescents, and young adults, I was approached by a student in my office. He wasn't actually enrolled in any of my classes, but he had heard about my work. And he came in and explained to me that he was also primary caregiver, secondary caregiver for his father who had had a stroke. And so he had organized all of his classes to be on Tuesdays and Thursdays so that he could drive from his home in North Carolina to Chapel Hill every Tuesday morning. He would leave his home at about 4:30 in the morning. He would take his classes all day, Tuesday and Thursday. He would return late Thursday night so that he could take over the care for his father while his mother was working. And so trying to get our heads around what does it mean for a young person who's been caregiving in high school, moving into the university setting, or in some instances as a young adult becoming a caregiver for the first time. So it can have really complex intersections with young people's identity. You'll notice that I identified my pronouns as she and her, because what we've also realized is that that LGBTQI students might have additional concerns and have lots of different intersecting issues when it comes to trying to figure out how can they both access education, access health, safety, and welfare for themselves and for their families while navigating these issues related to higher education and care and caregiving. Now, in the context of the pandemic, these needs have changed, but we don't really know how. We have a lot of guesses right now. I was really appreciative of the comments earlier, which highlighted the roles that women in particular are playing currently under the pandemic pressures to both provide care and to continue, in many cases, their work if they're fortunate enough to have retained their jobs. You'll notice my door here is closed because there's children on the other side of that. So when we think about a higher education institution, we know that despite this expansion of higher education more generally in the US population, more and more young people are expecting to attend community college or a four-year university or a high-powered research university. Our one universities generally do not even ask this first question, are you a caregiver? And when I arrived at UNC, I thought that would be an easier question to ask, and that has in part a role to play with what the institution is all about. So again, it's a public university where it's highly selective, so it does have low rates of acceptance, but we also have a focus on the state of North Carolina. So we are especially attentive to attracting some of the top students from across our state, and we ensure that those top students have a place at Carolina. We have about 20,000 undergraduate students and 8,000 graduate students, and it's consistently ranked top value. So that's kind of one of our crowning feathers in our cap, is that we provide high value education at a lower cost than you might find elsewhere. What this means is that it's slightly, and I'm going to emphasize that, higher education is incredibly expensive right now, very difficult for students, certainly out of reach for many lower income students. But we have about 20 to 25% of our undergraduates that are accepted each year are going to be the first generation of their families to attend higher education, to attend college. And in spite of all of this, in spite of programming that we have in order to ensure that regardless of income, students can attend Carolina through our Carolina Covenant program, there's never been any data collected on how many of these students continue in caregiving roles. The reason this is so important at an institution like UNC Chapel Hill, and really any higher education institution, is that we know that students might have been caregiving when they were younger, and that care oftentimes continues. It might change a little bit depending on what the care required is, but we know that students who come into UNC are caregivers for their family. We just don't know very much about them. And so for many years, I've been trying to find a way to ask the question. And I've done this, I guess this is partly historian persistence. So I knew that this was an important question to ask. I knew that there were a lot of students who wanted this question asked. Oftentimes they would come and research with me. They would work with me on different small projects. But we had a very hard time convincing the university that this is a question that was key and fundamental to ensure the access for our students to all of our higher education opportunities, and also to ensure success. So going back to the student who came to me as a first-year student to my office, asking questions about, are there any supports for me? And me really only being able to say, no, I'm very sorry. There's nothing for us. Even with that kind of response, it was hard and challenging to figure out where we might go, what the next steps might be. People were very attentive to it when I would come and meet with them in my office and say, this is a need that we haven't fulfilled, but I wouldn't necessarily get a response. So finally this year, and this is where the opportunity comes in, I sent my annual email to the folks who run an undergraduate and graduate student survey, offering support using some of the questions that Connie and Julie and I have used in many different studies, so that we could identify the caregivers amongst our student population. And this year, because of the pandemic, they said yes. So we were able to include a series of questions in a survey that went to both graduates and undergraduates. So we're not necessarily targeting only the young adults here. And I'm hoping that the future analysis of this data will help to reveal a bit more detail. But basically, we had over 5,000 responses. This took place after our campus was closed. And so this was a survey that was done when students were already remote, and it did depress then the response rate. So I'm hoping that now that we have these questions clarified, we'll be able to ask them again next year. Our institution was especially interested in finding out, not only are they caregivers, they're very interested in parents as well as caregivers for people who might have chronic illness, who might be elderly, have a disability or other health condition that requires support. But they also wanted to know this third question that you'll see below: how have your caregiving responsibilities increased or intensified under the recent COVID-19 pandemic? And that's because we were really trying to figure out, what do we do to ensure that our students can be successful? What kinds of flexibilities do we need to make sure we have in place? So I'm going to focus for just a moment. What we did find out is that about 9% of our respondents identified as caregivers. We can assume that that's a smaller number than we would get if we had a higher response rate, closer to what our half of our student population would be, because of course our caregivers are the most busy ones. So that's something that we always remember. It's very challenging to get people who are already incredibly overwhelmed to respond to a multi-question survey. And in fact, we did get some very interesting data. So I'm just going to look over on my other screen so that I can tell you a little bit about this. Approximately half of the 9% who responded positively as caregivers were caregivers in that second kind of category. So not caregiving for their children, but caregiving for someone who has a medical condition, elderly, or chronic disability. What we began to then learn is that about a half of those that we were surveying, little bit less than that, were saying that they spend more time caregiving since the pandemic. So we'll see this kind of more time but different reflected in these couple of responses that I pulled from the open-ended survey area. One student saying, I cannot spend time with my dad on account of him being immunocompromised. However, the care that I give to my parents is financial. So in relation to one of the points brought up earlier during our discussion, some of these students are financially supporting their families who might already have a disability that's inhibiting work outside of the home. And we suspect that some of that is increased in the pandemic, when people who are compromised may not be able to go and work. We also see things such as, I'm not able to provide as much support to the other family member that helps to care for my grandpa too. So we had some declines in work. And then we have students who are saying, before the pandemic, I had no caregiving responsibilities. And now that COVID has hit, I have new caregiving responsibilities. This third category I'm very concerned about when we return to campus in the fall. And I hope that other universities will begin to think about this, because we likely will have a lot more students who have different kinds of care responsibilities than they've had previously. We also had a lot of students who were saying, caregiving has pretty much stayed the same. And this is a lot of the students that I've been in contact with at UNC. They're students who may have come to university, and for the first time, they were able to spend a little less time caregiving and a little more time engaging in their education. If we think about the transition from high school to college, especially if the college is a destination college, a college where caregiving youth is then leaving their home and going away, they might suddenly have time that they can dedicate to their education that they didn't have previously. So a lot of our students also found themselves back in the home environment where they were already providing significant amounts of care. As this one student said, I was able to get a break from it at school, but now at home, it's suddenly mine along with schoolwork. So we know that caregiving students have long balanced care, school, and often work responsibilities. We also know that these students who we capture at UNC are a very elite few. A lot of caregiving youth that we've spoken with who are transitioning from high school and looking toward higher education would rule out the possibility of your kind of typical UNC campus experience, because it isn't simply not compatible with their caregiving responsibilities. And oftentimes they're doing this for many years before college, and they will continue through during college. So our challenge, as I see it, as scholars, academics, faculty members, and so on, is to mainstream these caregivers into existing structures of student support, and to find some of these new and enhanced ways to support new things where they're needed. So again, along this theme of persistence, one of the things that we've done because of this issue of the impact of the pandemic, especially amongst women's work in university settings, We were charged to have a caregiving work group under the guise of our Chancellor, Kevin Guskowitz, and invited to go ahead and do a whole benchmarking and internal evaluation. And what I realized is that this was an opportunity to make sure that students stayed within our observations. So initially this was inclusive just of faculty and employees, and that was the primary concern. And because of this little bit of research that we did in data collection, we were able to convince the committee that we should keep students in our view while we're going through and devising any kind of recommendations that we'll be presenting to the university. So we're undertaking that right now. We'll have some of our reporting done by midsummer, and I'm very happy to share any of that information as we carry on through it. It's been really interesting to see whether universities have anything set up at all. And in fact, you know, I think of the work of people like Donna Cohen, who have long been working at their own universities to try and understand how caregiving students emerge and then move through their higher education experience. And so this is really just a continuation of excellent work that's happened before, but trying to kind of push our administration to go ahead and make sure that they're standing up and serving caregiving youth. And I just want to end again, I mentioned previously that we have the International Young Carers Conference, which is coming up the 3rd through 6th of May. And several of the folks that you see here today will also be at that conference. And I'll put the link back into the chat as well, because it does help us understand that indeed we are just, you know, one small bit of a larger global effort to try and draw attention to the caregiving of children, adolescents, and young adults. So thank you so much. I'm going to stop there. I see that that we have Melinda, our next presenter, here as well.
Yeah, so Betsy, there is a question. I don't know if you were able to see it, but it's from Chris in Illinois, who said that it's often a challenge to get family caregivers to identify as such, even when they are filling that role. What strategies do you use to help them self-identify?
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. It is always a challenge. And, you know, the truth is, I think, so the first part of my answer is that it's really important to understand how they do identify. And some people will really very much recoil at that label of being a caregiver. I'm noticing that my internet is unstable. So, you know, someone go ahead and silence me if I turn into a vocal void. But the other thing that I would say, Chris, is that the more details that you provide to people, the better you can be. I often tell stories. I have stories for every caregiving situation and scenario. And, you know, it was very interesting to hear Dr. Lindsay speaking earlier, because he also uses stories to help people understand and access both what is a caregiver and what are the roles that they provide. And so I often will bring up several different examples. If I'm in a conversation or talking to groups, it can also take a while. So sometimes the disclosure of being a caregiver will happen only after a student has been in my class, for example, for a couple of weeks, and they begin to hear and understand what we're talking about. And then they might say, you know, I think that I was a caregiver when I was younger, or I didn't realize that I've always been a caregiver, or I've been a caregiver since the age of 12. So stories are really key, being able to give good, solid illustrations of the different kinds of caregiving that are undertaken. And then also, if you're doing surveys, multi-question surveys, you know, a module that has enough content to it so that they can say, oh, right, I do that. Yes, I didn't realize that shopping for my family because a household member has mobility issues would count as providing care for them. So, and I'm always happy to provide further information that we have on how to help folks identify. Thanks for your question.
So, and thank you again so much, Betsy. appreciate you in so many ways. And now we have, I have the privilege of introducing Dr. Melinda Kavanaugh, and she's not coming to us from Wisconsin today, but rather from Hawaii. So as you know, the time difference is a little different than here. And, so we're really thankful, Melinda, for being so awesome to take time out for us all while you are on vacation in Hawaii. So
Happy to do so.
what? So Melinda has, she's been involved with us and on our research collaborative for a number of years. And as you can read, she's done so much work with disease-specific organizations, as well as providing direct support work for various aspects regarding caregiving youth. So Melinda, take it away.
Good morning. So it's 7:20 in the morning. So bear with me. I've had 2 cups of coffee, so I think I'm alert and oriented. I just need to figure out how to share my screen. So my apologies.
You're totally fine, Melinda. You should be able to click on.
Oh, there we go.
And then it'll say like, hey, if you do this, you're going to take over the screen. That's totally fine. You can click continue and then take it over.
Okay. You know what? I'm sorry, Ryan. This is one of those moments where you're like, oh, okay, well, you know, who understands technology? My Wi-Fi is slightly unstable, so just bear with me here.
So Melinda, we have your slides, and Ryan can forward them if you want.
Yeah, I can forward them, or I can even pass you control if you want.
Yeah, maybe if you could do that. My apologies.
I just pass you control. All you have to do is click on the slide and zoom, and then you should be able to control it from your side, just as if you were doing it.
So can you all see that?
Yeah,
we can see your picture.
Oh.
Ryan, why don't maybe?
Yeah, that's fine. I can.
Yeah, why don't you do that? Thank you.
So sorry, everybody.
No, don't apologize.
I'd love to blame it on all kinds of other things, but
there we go.
There we go. Hey, so yes, good morning. It's such an honor. I always thoroughly enjoy getting emails from Connie, and you know, whatever it is, I'm always thrilled to be a part of it. And so I'm just going to talk briefly about several of my research initiatives. I'll say that I am so very fortunate because I get to work with a lot of, like Connie said, a lot of disease-based organizations and community groups. The folks in and around the Milwaukee community, Wisconsin, nationwide, and I also do international work as well. I just want to put out there that the community organizations and the disease-based organizations are the absolute rock stars of anything that I've done. And at the end, I have a thank you slide, but I just want to put that out there first because they're just extraordinary to work with. So next slide, Ryan. So I'm going to talk about 4 different research projects. One, the COVID data, and I apologize, I was having a hard time getting on. I saw that Betsy was presenting data from something she did looking at COVID care, which I am so excited about, and I'm very, very sorry I couldn't quite get on very well. So we'll talk about that as well. Next slide. So as Connie said, I do a lot of work in disease-based organizations. Right now, a lot of my funded work is through ALS and the ALS Association, and internationally through the Motor Neuron Disease Associations. And the reason this is I come from many years of being a clinical social worker in neurology. So I was very much steeped in the absolute complexities of care that are really part and parcel of living with a variety of neurological disorders. So I do tend to focus on those disorders as far as care and children and youth are concerned. Simply because, again, my clinical area of expertise, but also, as you can see on this slide, particularly people living with ALS have a very large constellation of symptoms and issues that can be completely debilitating almost from the onset. So depending on where the disease begins, it really dictates that oftentimes we're looking at 24/7 care, and that is provided by children and youth in the home. So I just set the stage with the ALS really briefly. If you could next slide, please. And out of the research that I have done specifically with ALS, we have 5 books, and they've all been embedded in and informed by my various research projects with ALS, but also in Huntington's disease and Alzheimer's and related dementias. So these are all books that are written at different developmental stages for children, youth, and young adults. Also for school personnel and families, really helping them understand the complexities of ALS, living in families with ALS, and accessing services and supports. And in each one of these books, there's large chapters dedicated to care tasks that children and youth engage in, as well as sections on death and dying and helping children and youth understand and wrap their minds around the loss of a parent or a loved one. And I've been spending a lot of time on that topic lately. So all of these books have that included in them. Next slide, please. So the first study I'll talk about briefly is based on a lot of really some of my earliest research in Huntington's disease, where youth would say, you know, I really struggled in school, but it wasn't simply struggling in school because they couldn't, you know, concentrate or they were worried, but they were literally falling asleep in class. And that kind of came out in open-ended discussions. And then in my further research in ALS and Alzheimer's and related dementias, it came out quite profoundly that children and youth who are providing some measure of care are absolutely not getting enough sleep, whether that is disrupted sleep in the night, they're not going to sleep until late, they're waking up early. What we know about sleep in young carers is very little. Right now, we do know from the Young Carers Trust that almost 50% of young carers under the age of 18 are getting up in the night. And those of us on this call who are doing research, we know that that's just about every young carer or caregiving youth. So next slide, please. So what we set out to do, our first study, so we were funded by the Clinical and Translational Science Institute through the Medical College of Wisconsin to do a feasibility test and say, hey, can we even capture these youth who are providing care in some capacity? How can we measure it? What are some of the ways in which we can get this data? And what we did is, you'll see this, we gave each one of the caregiving youth and non-caregiving youth. So we were able to do a comparison study. They wore this gene active device, which is like a very, very fancy Fitbit, if you will, very sensitive. And they wore that device for 5 24-hour periods, including during sleep, during school, during rest, wake up, everything. Next slide, please. So initially we went to the youth's home. We did a 2-hour visit. We took height, weight measures. We did some baseline surveys. We trained them in how to use the Gene Active device. We also gave them a journal. So for the youth who were previously identified by their family members as providing care, we gave them a journal to let us know when they woke up, what care they did, if care was disrupting their sleep, if they were giving care in the middle of the night. And then follow up approximately 6 days later, we went back to the home and picked up the materials, or we were able to get it returned to us through UPS. So this was a study that was done throughout the state of Wisconsin, and anybody knows the state of Wisconsin can be very large and wooded and rural. So that's how we did that procedures. Next slide, please. So you'll see here, this is in a forthcoming paper. What we found is that in this very small feasibility study, we found significant differences, particularly in the rhythm and the rhythm strength. And what that means is how deeply and solidly the caregiving youth are sleeping versus non-caregiving youth. And then the cross daily stability, what that shows is that they're not having consistent day-to-day sleep patterns. And then their sleep in itself is not robust. So they're not sleeping deeply, they're not sleeping consistently from day to day, and their overall rhythm strength is very weak, meaning that they're very likely sleeping with one eye open. Next slide. So that study, I apologize, I jumped too quickly, but that study, like I said, we have a paper in press, and then we also were recently funded to do a next round, much larger study looking at 40 caregiving youth and 40 non-caregivers over a longer period of time. And we're also using ecological momentary analysis, which is using your phone there's an app that that the youth will download on their phone. And anytime they're providing care throughout the day or the evening, they simply note it on the phone. And then they note how they feel about it. Because one of the other gaps, many gaps we have in this research is exactly what tasks are more anxiety producing or more stressful. And that's really, really going to help us with kind of continued development of targeted programs to really help understand the variation in tasks, the variation in experience, and where do families need more support? Where do we need to intervene when it comes to, again, particularly really complex, difficult to deal with diseases? So in this slide, the next study I'll talk about, oh, I'm sorry, if you could back up one more. Sorry, Jeremy. So if we could, yes, this is the right slide. So I'm sorry, it's still only 7:30 in the morning for me. I wish I was more alert and up, but I think since I'm on vacation, my brain is like not going to happen. So this slide details an overview of a study. We received funding through the NIH to look at Latino and African-American family caregiving in particularly Alzheimer's and related dementias. And what we were able to do is look at families as multi-level units. So the grant allows us to interview both the adult who is providing care as well as the child or youth. So what we have is really robust data at the family level so that we can look at what are some of the differences and the needs and experiences both at the adult, the youth, and the family unit level. And one of the big goals of this study is to help and understand what are some of those crisis and warning sign moments that families might be experiencing, particularly in these two very underserved, very vulnerable populations. So we were able to complete the first round of interviews and data collection right before COVID started. We interviewed almost 100 families, including both adult and youth across both the Latino, and African American communities, and that's here in Milwaukee. Fairly shortly after we finished that, COVID hit, and we applied for an administrative supplement, kind of an emergency funding that the NIH often does when things come up, much like the pandemic. So we received further funding through the NIH to be able to go back to the families and ask them, okay, we already asked you about crisis moments and care experiences and discriminatory experiences as caregivers. Now what we want to do is ask you how care has changed during COVID. And these interviews were conducted via phone, most of them via phone, a few of them online in Skype or Zoom, but most of our participants didn't have a lot of access to that. So we used phone interviews. And we were able to capture 45 families. So next slide, please, Ryan. Thank you. And from the youth perspective, so we have a lot of data from these COVID calls, and we did these last summer. So these interviews began in May or June of 2020 and went through August or September. So it was still fairly early on in the process. And I just have a brief slide here of some of the qualitative data. And again, it'll be fun to chat with Betsy to see what she found. And I apologize, I couldn't quite capture my internet as well earlier. But what we did find are kind of three main themes from the youth perspective was that the intensity, either the intensity increased, that they're having to do more because they're home all day, that there was a lot of fear about they were separated from the care recipient, in that a lot of the youth in this study, because it's Alzheimer's and related dementias, are providing care for a grandparent. But again, these are families where they live either in the home with each other, down the street, next door. They live in very close proximity, but given the lockdown procedures and the protocols, there was a lot of separation from the care recipient, which led into the third main theme, is that there was a very strong concern for the safety of their loved one. And I think that this is always something that I see in just about every study I have done, in that the youth who are providing care are very, very much concerned, engaged, deeply engaged. And it's interesting because I do get this conversation, at conferences or research programs or wherever I'm presenting my work, that it's assumed that youth are kind of on the periphery. But one of the things we all know on this call is that they are deeply, deeply engaged in care. And if one thing we found that during this COVID care is that even when they're not able to provide care, I am worried about them. I used to go to the doctor. He can't get care like he does. I can't touch them. So it's creating a sense of anxiety and worry in these youth. So next slide, please. And then the last study I'll talk about is a project I've been working on for many years with the ALS Association, also embedded in some of my earliest work in Huntington's disease, where we identified that over 70% of youth in all my research have had no skills training, no support, no guidance. So next slide, Ryan. So when I asked, and we have a paper published on this, when we asked, how do you know what you're doing? Like, how is it that you know to do the things that you do? Who teaches you? What kind of support? These are the main themes that these carers are identifying. And what you'll see is that overwhelmingly, none of them were told, okay, you sit down, and to use this machine, this is how you do it. If you're going to lift someone, here's the proper way to tighten the gait belt, lift with your knees, right? So what they're learning as far as their care tasks are through watching and observation, kind of waiting for the patient to tell them what to do. What are some kind of common sense ways of approaching it? So next slide. So what we know is that from the adult perspective, skill training is so critical. It reduces anxiety, it gives more confidence, more support, and it also serves to eliminate risk to the physical health and well-being of the caregiver. Next slide. So, oh, this is one of those you have to keep. It has the animation on it. So this is the program. Some of you have probably heard me talk about it. Overall, we've tested the Y-Care program in 5 locations throughout the US. Almost 100 youth have participated. It's a research study. So what we do is every single time we pilot tested it, we tweak it. We get a ton of data from the youth, from the allied health professionals. And this is a multidisciplinary day-long program, and it is administered by occupational therapy, physical therapy, speech language pathology, respiratory therapy, social work, and neurology. So it's a full day, multiple module. You'll see the modules on the left-hand side. Those have all been tested out in every location with a variety of different youth across ages as young as 7 all the way up to 20. Next slide. I know I'm almost out of time, or maybe I am out of time, so we can skip this. This is just a slide that shows how we developed and how we tested it. We have 2 papers that have been published on this program. Next slide. You'll see that one of the outcomes that we were most interested in is, are we building self-efficacy and confidence in care tasks? Because what we're able to do with the Y-Care program is not only give them guidance and training from skilled, trained professionals, but they do it in peer groups. So they're learning alongside other peers. And that goes a long way towards self-efficacy, confidence, and support. Next slide, please. And we're very excited to working with some colleagues in occupational therapy and public health, to where we're now taking this Y-Care program that was developed and tested in the ALS community and applying it to, oh, look at that typo, applying it to cancer care. So the whole goal when we developed Y-Care was to create it in a modular format to where it could be applied to multiple diseases. So now we're testing it out in cancer care. Next slide. And then I'm done. I just want to thank all of the families that have participated in the numerous research studies I talked about here. Again, my community partners would be nothing without the national and local organizations. And thank you to my research team, who are just absolute amazing people. Sorry, Connie.
No, that's okay, Melinda. The information was awesome. I'm just wondering, in the sleep study, are the results the same for adult family caregivers?
Oh, so adult family caregivers aren't in my study. I'm only looking at youth. But what we do know is other people have done research on adult caregivers and sleep impairment. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I wonder, because so much of what the kids do, it mirrors the adults, and the impacts are pretty much the same. So I was just wondering, I wasn't familiar with any of that. So
yeah.
Now I think we go on to our next topic, which is education. Let me just see, there might be one other. Melinda, there was one other question regarding, as we work hard to destigmatize and normalize the self-identification of and requests for help regarding student caregivers, do any of the surveys include questions that allow students to self-identify as caregivers to adults who physically take care of themselves? However, their executive functioning has been diminished. So that a lot of your work has been done towards the physical aspects, but what about some of the other illnesses that may not have as many physical demands?
Actually, this is a really great question. And I will say, while the physical implications of some of these neurological disorders are most pronounced, every single one of them has a psychiatric, cognitive, and psychological impairment part and parcel of these diseases. Particularly in Huntington's disease, dealing with the lack of executive function is often the most difficult part for our youth, our children and youth caregivers. And yes, actually, Kim, I have asked that, and I do have a lot of data on how youth particularly struggle with, yes, they're trying to lift and transfer, but really what they're struggling with is the deep personality change and the psychiatric impairment, which often, depending on the type of neurological disorder, is really difficult to deal with mood changes, mood swings, and personality changes. So it's such a great question, and it requires a lot of continued work. But one of the things that's most complicated about neurological disorders is it's not just a physical impairment. It is absolutely a whole body impairment, if you will.
Thanks, Melinda. And so now I'm going to turn over the mic to Anne, our Director of Education Services, to deal with her favorite subject, education.
Thank you, Connie. I just wanted to clarify about the video. We're going to leave that to the end. Am I right? I thought we were inserting it now. No?
When
okay.
Failing. No
okay.
worries.
Okay, terrific. Well, thank you for all of you who've been with us throughout the day. And I will tell you, like many people who are sharing with us when they first hear about Caregiving Youth, how they just reflected and said, oh my goodness, you know, this is an under the radar group of students and young people. And I was one of those people after many, many years in school settings. So this hidden subgroup, they're a very vulnerable population, and the numbers are staggering, as was shared earlier. And kind of as a comparison, we know other student subgroups, such as homeless and foster care, have high numbers, but nothing compared to the numbers that we see reported. And we're going to hear more about the Youth Risk Behavior Survey this later on, but it's just unimaginable. And some of what was shared in the research about college students, every time I think about what the day is like for a youth caregiver or for a caregiver as an adult, what if you were 13 or younger and dealing with all this? So we definitely always try to educate the educators about what is going on in the lives of the student and try to remove those barriers. And these are kids with multiple barriers in many cases. So it's very, very important. These kids are in our schools and they're in our communities. And when we talk about infrastructure, this is the human infrastructure that we are so focused on. So very excited to hear this afternoon from the Palm Beach School District Behavioral Health and Mental Health Director of that department, Dr. Mary Claire Musanik. She's a certified school psychologist with many years of experience that she will share with us. And then we'll move on to the Florida Department of Health discussing a launch of a new program for adolescent health. So we're very pleased to start with Dr. Musanik.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. I'm very excited. I'm a little jealous about Melinda being in Hawaii, I have to say, but it sounds fabulous out there. So lucky for her. But no, I wanted to give you an update of what we're doing in the our department. There's a little background on myself. I've been in this work for 20 plus years, and I just really enjoy working with not only the mental health teams, but really supporting our mental health initiatives for our students, because we know that it's really important for students to have good behavioral and mental health foundations so they can be successful academically. So we're very excited to be able to kind of give you an update of what we're doing. Now, I know Ryan's driving. He said I can advance the slide, but I'm not sure because this is a new format.
Just went back.
Ryan, what's it doing? I'm going to have you do it because I'm pressing arrows. It's not working. It's a combo effort here. So while Ryan pulls up my slides, I do want to tell you, we're working really hard in terms of our messaging that we have going out to the community. We've had a lot of community members ask us about what kind of supports are available at schools and how are we supporting students during, it's just been a very challenging year because not only have we had the race and equality issues that are going on that are just so difficult for our community, but also being in the midst of a global pandemic, it's definitely been a challenging year. So some of our messaging on the next slide. One is we wanted to really define mental health because we want to come from a positive lens and not be, while our practice is trauma informed, we don't speak about the trauma our students may have been experiencing, but rather we're looking at building strengths, they're working on their strengths and building resiliency. So we define mental health as our ability to live fully, engage with others, and respond to challenges. So we wanted them to know that mental health isn't about mental illness. It's about really how we can focus and strengthen our own mental health, that mental health varies from day to day. It's really coming from a strengths-based model. One of the key messages that we've had this year is it's okay to be okay. It's okay to not be okay. And it's okay to ask for help because we just really wanted to normalize all the different feelings that people were having. Certainly there's been a huge section of students who have struggled, especially with remote learning, but there are some that have thrived. So we know that each student is at a different place. So we really want to spread that message that it is okay to be okay. And it's okay to not be okay. And we certainly want them to be able to reach out for help and know where to go for help. And then the third message that we wanted to get out to the community is that schools have highly trained and skilled professional staff in place to help support students and their mental health. We wanted to know we have a lot going on in schools, and that's part of what I wanted to kind of bring you up to date on is what we're doing as a department. So on the next slide, it shows the Department of Behavioral and Mental Health Services, and we are a new department in the Palm Beach School District. It started July 1st, 2019, very timely. And so it really brought some various groups together, created some new positions so that we could really focus on behavioral and mental health. So part of the department is the first thing we have is our co-located mental health professionals. And that's where we have our agencies are providing licensed therapists on our school campuses full-time, and they provide individual counseling. What is so fabulous about this program is that you do not need a diagnosis to receive the counseling, and it's free. So this is really, it's a wonderful model because sometimes parents get nervous about a child being diagnosed or labeled something. That's not part of this at all. The services are free and it's on campuses. Now, during the pandemic, in that first 2 weeks when we were all in lockdown, we quickly pivoted to a telehealth and teletherapy model with our 11 agencies that served over 100 school sites. So students were able during the pandemic and why they were strictly, when we were in lockdown and remote learning, they were able to continue those therapeutic services online. And so there was really, we were really happy about the continuity that we were able to provide for them. Another new initiative was what we call the EPIC team, and that's our school behavioral health professionals. There's one in every school. So we have 170 of them throughout the school district. And this is a new position for Palm Beach County Schools, and they started in 2019. So they were brand new as they came on, and then they didn't even get through a full school year, and we went into lockdown, and they also pivoted their services to some online coaching activities, SEL activities that I'll talk about a little bit more. We have our crisis assessment, prevention, and education and support teams. They deal with individual students who are in crisis. They are on call. They go to schools to support students that are really struggling. And they work with the teams, the school teams with prevention activities, de-escalation strategies, how to keep the students from reaching those crisis levels. And then new to us this year in July 1st, 2020, so we're not even through a full school year, is school psychological services have moved over under this department as well. And that's all of our school psychologists that provide individual psychoeducational evaluations for our students who are suspected of possibly having a disability. And then the final component that we've really were able to add this year that we wanted to do, but there, there's a silver lining in the pandemic in that we were able to develop a lot of professional development modules around mental health for school teams and school leaders. So some of the examples of things they did, they had training for best practices in de-escalation, another whole training on connecting kids with mental health referrals. We did a mental health signs, symptoms, and support module. I had another one about communication and collaboration, another on how to build school teams, specifically for school leaders. So they understood the importance of that for the mental health teams on their school campus. What else? We just had a number of different things. And in all, which is so great, we had over 32 different types of training that was offered during this time. So we were really very excited about that. Now, those were modules that we created, but we also had invited guests. So Connie and her group brought information about the Caregiving Youth program to the school behavioral health professionals so that they were aware about caregiving youth on their campuses, and then helping them and connecting them with strategies and support so that those students could be successful. So we welcome them. We were very excited to partner with them on that. So some of the other activities that we've done on the next slide, you can see we've been coaching students in SEL activities. SEL activities that's social emotional learning activities. They have been organized by weekly themes, and they are really, the SEL department has been very specific and purposeful in what they've been doing, in that they have weekly themes and they have specific activities for teachers around those themes. And they've been working very hard to build a common language, not only for the adults in the building, but the children. And that's from K all the way through 12. And what's really important about this is we know that some children are feeling disconnected, whether they're still in remote learning or they're back in classes and having to be socially distant, and they're missing some of their peers, and it's really just not the same. So they're working on SEL activities to support the teachers so that they can foster a sense of community and connectedness with the children, which is just really so important. So another thing that is going on, we have that school-based individual counseling that I spoke about. Now that we're in a hybrid model, we do both the teletherapy if they're still learning remotely, and we offer the in-person if they're in school. So all of our therapists are in school full-time providing those services. We have provided crisis response to students. We've done it remotely and in person, and we have support for students and staff in schools. And of course, we've had lots of calls from parents needing assistance as well, and we're there to support that. And we not only provide individual crisis assistance for individual students, but also, we have students and we have faculty and staff that have passed away, and we provide school-wide crisis support as well. Then again, the professional development that I spoke about, we're very proud of all of those modules and our evaluations. And then the final part, and I'll go into this more in the end, is we're really trying to raise the awareness of mental health and the available resources for parents in the community, so they know that we're there and we're there to assist. Okay, let's go to the next slide. One of the ways that we can really connect the community and parents in particular to what we have is our Caring First website. We developed this website about a year ago, and the website is really, when you go on the general district website, there's lots of different departments, and you may not know exactly what it is that you're looking for or where to find it. So we tried to put all of our mental health and behavioral resources together in one portal site so that parents, it would be easy access for parents, but not only that, school staff, they also sometimes are not sure which department has what. So we developed this past year. It's available on the landing site of the district website at the bottom of the page. It is also, if you're within the school district, we have portal tiles, so you can put, do a search for Caring First, and you get a separate portal tile that you can bookmark. And then it's also on the Department of Behavioral of Mental Health, their website as well within the department. So it's pretty easy access. So in that next slide, you'll see a little bit more about this website. In there, you'll see tools and resources, and we have 14 resource tiles. You can see an example of 3. We have one, the mental health and wellness tile. We have the LGBTQ, families new to the US, foster care, homelessness. We have all sorts of different titles where parents could go in and say, yeah, I need resources in that area. And when they click on that tile, they can really, there's a list of not only who it is in their school that can help them in that area, but also the district support and who to contact for that. And then there's a whole list of resources for families outside of the school district that they can access through links. There's also an advanced search on the website so that that ties to the community resources and our behavioral health agreements, because right now we have 37 behavioral health agreements that are out there working with all the different community agencies providing support for our students. So we can do an advanced search by grade or, the different areas that you're looking at for support and different ages, different locations in the county for support for families. And you can use it across multiple devices. So you can pull it up on your phone, a tablet, the PC, it works everywhere. So we're very excited about that. And it's really important so that parents can easily just find what they need. Okay, the next part I wanted to tell you, this is the application part behind the Caring First website. This is an application where you can see the little doors. Those are all our different service providers that we have in schools. And they are able to go in there and really log their services of what they do for students, okay? So they can log by the type of service. They can do it by provider, so we know what the school behavioral health professional has done with students versus a school psychologist versus a school counselor or one of our agencies working with our students. So we found, and what's really interesting, because we just started using this year, it's been a little difficult to roll out during COVID because we're not doing our typical work, and many of the activities have been remote with the students, especially in the beginning. But it's really exciting data because we're finding that, sometimes people have a preconceived notion of who's using the mental health and behavioral health resources in schools. And they might think that it's one population versus another. And we have all sorts of different reasons why thinking why some people may access resources and others may not. But what we found is that it's really equally divided. When we pulled up the data between race and ethnicity, we are about a third. It's about 30%, 30% plus or minus of those who have accessed the resources and the type of resources that have been provided to students. So we feel really good about that data. It isn't one group that's accessing services over another. And then interestingly, we just pulled some data. I looked at some data this morning, and it showed that individual therapy that's done on campuses with our remotely, that teletherapy model with the licensed personnel for the individual sessions, we found that males are really accessing slightly more than females. And I know that, there's sometimes we think it's the females that are always running for counseling or accessing services. So it was slightly more males. That's our most recent data. So that really, I was really thrilled with that because I'm happy that we're able to reach as many people as possible. And it really is about equity and equity of services and the availability of services for all students. So in the next slide, I just have kind of a we have across the variety of different things that we do, How many Saturdays are school psychologists working to complete psychoeducational evaluations for students? We got a little delayed because of COVID because we couldn't, psychoeducational evaluations are done in person. They're standardized testing. You have to be in person. You have materials to provide for them. They have to manipulate and answer. Some things can be done remotely, but there's some things that it's very difficult sometimes to do, like cognitive assessments and things like that. They're not standardized to do remotely. So our testing has certainly been impacted. So at this point, we're going to have more than a dozen Saturdays where psychologists are coming in. Families have really responded to this. We've had our show rate's been incredible. On Saturdays, the parents really want their children evaluated. They've come in and we've been doing that for, 3 months plus. We'll continue throughout this, the end of the year, and then hopefully throughout the summer. So we're very excited to be able to offer that. And then do you know how many teachers, administrators, and district staff have participated in our department's wellness and professional development trainings? So on a typical year, when you do something in person, you might have 40 in a room. Sometimes we get 150, depending if we have an auditorium and it's a larger general training. Sometimes it's 30 as we give it throughout the year. But this year, because we've been able to do this type of meeting and these kind of professional developments, we've had within just our school staff, and including district leaders and teachers, we've had over 8,000 people to, participate in mental health and wellness professional development, which is huge. Those are really big numbers for any department. So it's been a great opportunity, and we're very excited about that. And then, how many individual counseling sessions have been logged by our co-located mental health professionals on school campuses? So these are the ones that are doing the teletherapy. So individual counseling sessions, we've had over 16,000, right? To date, it's 16,749 individual counseling sessions provide for students free of charge to them. And then of that, we've had 5,374 were delivered by teletherapy. So that's, those are huge numbers. We know that we're really impacting kids and their mental health. Included in that, or in addition to, are 11,000 parent consultations that those particular staff worked with parents, consulted with them, gave them resources or strategies to work with their child at home. So that, they've been working hard. I'm glad to get those numbers out and kind of share, because people are wondering, what are people, what's the school system doing during all of this? And then we have, last but not least, our school behavioral health professionals. How many student services have been logged by our school behavioral health professionals just this school year? So kind of think like, oh, how many would that be? Well, as of this week, we have over 160,000 interventions or services have been logged by our school behavioral health professionals this year alone, this school year, for students. So we're, there's been a lot of work done by our mental health and behavioral health staff, and we're excited to share that. So the next slide, we're trying in terms of the community, I kept hearing, oh, we don't know what's happening. We want to know what's going on. And so we've really tried to get the word out, and we've been working closely with communication. And so they have helped us. We have themed parent and student friendly mental health and wellness messaging every Monday that goes out on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. I'm not a social media guru, so I'm very happy that my team is working with the communications department, and we've put out short videos of some of those providers and what they do in schools. We have it's themed depending on if what's happening. We're certainly going to be promoting Get Your Green On coming up, so that'll be exciting. But we've been working really hard to get that the word out, and then coming soon, we're having a newsletter that our behavioral health professionals, like the school behavioral health professionals or the school psychologists or school counselors, can use the resources to then share out on their school website or their school newspapers. And it's going to be resources really just to share, and parent-friendly resources that we're going to give schools that they can just readily share with parents and staff, that are practical, that they can implement right away. So we're working on that, and we have a theme. It's called the Super 5 of behavioral and mental health. And our super is supporting students and families and communities, utilizing collective resources, providing training, enhancing school support awareness, which I hope I'm doing now, and reducing the stigma together. So we're working very hard to reduce that stigma and increase access to behavioral and mental supports for students. So that's it for me. Any questions?
So Mary Claire, we thank you so much. And I just might mention that our school district is the 10th largest in the country. And our family specialists who are going into the schools are thankful to have a behavioral health professional to work alongside of them. We did have one question, and that was if you would please explain when you referred to the 3 different racial groups, which groups they are.
They were broken down by Black, white, and Hispanic. So
Okay, great.
just as broad groups. So we looked at those numbers. We can dig into that data a little bit more, but we were looking at just kind of broad groups. And, sometimes we feel that, one group may access resources versus another. And, just as those broad demographics, it was about a third, and a third.
Great. So now, since we're in our education segment, we have a very special video that Ryan's going to show now. It's just a few minutes, but I think it's very impactful and will be a great lead up to Tiffany's presentation right afterwards. Ryan?
Good. Кто? Εβωνές? Είσαι με εβωνές? Ζήρε τώρα. Shkollë. Edhe mos e përsërit më, qetësi. Hyrë! Prapë me vones. Shkon ta. Hyrë!
It's very hard to speak after watching that video so many times. It doesn't matter how many times we see it. It says more in those few minutes with language barrier doesn't factor into it. We get it. And I think as educators, a lot of us, just so much can be going on before a child enters our classroom every day. And it's so important to remember that. The more we know, the more we can help them. So Tiffany, I don't envy you following that, but I will say that we're proud to have Tiffany Evans, Adolescent Health Coordinator from the Florida Department of Health and the Adolescent Health Program. And so many projects that she's involved, but we're very happy that the YRBS, the Youth Risk Behavior Survey, had a caregiving youth question, the most recent one, and we're hoping that that will continue and to give us more information locally that can be extrapolated nationally. So Tiffany, take it away, please. We're happy to have you with us today.
Connie, thank you so much. And I was watching the video thinking, well, how do I fix my face before people have to look at that? Was just heartbreaking and necessary. And I that's exactly what I want to chat with everybody about this afternoon. I also just want to say, so much of the work we do focuses on young people, but I think that no matter what our age is or where we are in life, there's a lot that we need to do to take care of ourselves, especially on virtual meetings. So I'm actually going to take about 15 seconds and just be quiet. If you need to do some deep breathing, if you need to stand up, if you need to stretch, if you need to process the video we just watched, I'm going to offer that to you as part of my time. I promise not to take more time, but I'm going to get just 15 seconds of silence. So I would ask you to join me in that. Thank you. Thank you so much. And I'm glad, hopefully you took that opportunity. I have a good friend and colleague who has done a lot of practical steps with her team during this last year plus with virtual meetings, because it's really easy once you get on to sort of just keep going and keep going. And so I've appreciated that practice to just take a minute and pause. Hopefully that was helpful for you. And if not, you can sneeze or, I don't know, pet your dog, whatever you need to do this afternoon. I'm also really aware that it's getting to that point in the day where like the coffee is wearing off and the carbs from lunch are setting in. So I just want to be respectful of what's happening in our minds and bodies and all this wonderful information that we've taken in throughout the day. I certainly have. So I wanted to start with that. Okay, Ryan, I am happy to share my screen, but it looks like you've got slides up and that's how other folks have gone. So if you're okay with it, I will just give you a cue to move forward if that works.
Yeah, I'm cool with that.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. We can move to the next slide. All right, so this is me. I'm Tiffany, and I work for the State Department of Health in Florida. I have the honor and privilege of serving adolescents throughout our state, and we'll talk a little bit more about what our program does, but just a little bit about me and my trajectory. I started out as a health educator, primarily doing reproductive health education, but really it sort of morphed into anything a young person needed in juvenile justice facilities. And then I would go and do health education classes in middle and high schools. I did that for about 6 years. And then for the last 10 years or so, I've worked at our state office, writing grants, doing initiatives, campaigns, providing education, reviewing curriculum, securing funding for folks throughout our state to serve young people with education that promotes any type of health for adolescents. And so when I first had a conversation with Elizabeth and Connie around this work, I was thrilled, and it's how I felt this entire day listening to the other presenters. Like, these are my people who care about and respect youth and who are working with intentionality and giving them what they need to thrive. Like, that is just all I've ever cared about in my professional life. And so while a lot of people are like, aren't you like 12? Like, are you still an adolescent? No, appreciate it, but that's not the case. But I try to bring whatever passion and life and vigor I can to this work. So it's really nice to meet all of you. And that's just a little bit about me. Ryan, we can move to the next slide. All right, so today I just want to share a broad level of the goals of the Adolescent Health Program, which is my team. And then we're going to look at the overlap between adolescent health frameworks and caregiving youth values. And then I want to share some practical steps to integrating the awareness for caregiving youth into what you do. So as I've been listening today, I'm coming to this very fresh, an awareness of this extremely important topic in this population that is really under noticed. And so for so many of you, I realize you've been working on this for months and years and putting so much into it. It was very, very exciting to hear all of the research that's being done. But if you are in my boat, then some of what I share will hopefully be for you, because a lot of times I think we have topics or needs that we're passionate about, that we are aware of. And it seems like, well, how in the world am I going to address this without a grant or without staff or just without these sort of major pieces in place? And I want to share just some practical steps that you can take if you have participated in this conference. Maybe you are part of a youth serving organization or a group that supports adults or parents. These are some things that I'm going to share that you can just do starting in the next few weeks, that some may take some time and resources, but not money. So hopefully that's helpful for you. Next slide, please. All right, so let's talk a little bit about our program office and the goals that we have here for adolescent health. The overarching goal of the department is to promote and protect the health of youth or of citizens in Florida. Our goal is specific to youth, and really it starts around age 11. And we serve through about age 25, so what some people would call youth and young adults, but that entire arc is so important in development. And so some of the goals, individual goals we have for our program include offering education resources that promote your physical, mental, and emotional, as well as social wellness for youth. So it's not just one lane. Also building and maintaining partnerships with organizations that are invested in youth thriving, much like AACY. And then securing funding that supports those goals and that education. Next slide, please. Okay, so no matter what we're discussing in the adolescent health program, whether it's mental and emotional health, and I appreciate, I know several people have talked about how difficult this last year has been for everyone, but certainly for adolescents. And I wanted to highlight, especially in our state and in the Panhandle, we've had young people who came right off of a natural disaster, so they're still in recovery from Hurricane Michael, some who hadn't been in school for months to a year, and then COVID hits. And so understanding that the needs of our young people, before we even know if they're in a situation where they're caregivers, the needs are so deep and so great. Our program office works to sort of meet young people where they are and not just say, okay, well, don't smoke, or it really would be good if you could go to school. It's not just about taking away those negative behaviors. It's more about focusing on overall positive behaviors and supports for that. So we use 3 major frameworks in that approach, and that includes positive youth development, which I've heard a few people mention today, and that's exciting. And it's my favorite. Positive youth development essentially it's not a program or a curriculum. It's just a framework and a way of approaching youth that builds on their individual strengths, what's meaningful to them, and helping them set goals that matter to them. And then it empowers them to take action and to lead in that. So let me give an example. I think we all know someone who has been in a profession for 20 years. And if you ask them if they're really passionate about it, the real answer is probably no. They may have gone into dentistry because that's what their parent or their grandparent did, and that was sort of expected of them. Or maybe they chose a major in college because it's what they did in high school. I was interested in this, and so now I've chosen this, and now I have a job in it. But it's not where their passion is. And so positive youth development takes the skills and strengths that young people already possess. It acknowledges them, respects them, and then gives them a structured way to sort of use those strengths. So one example I really love is that if you have a leader of a gang, and the captain of a cheerleading squad, they have a lot of the same strengths, a lot of the same strengths. They can unify people. They are good at communication. People trust them. They speak with confidence. These skills, same skills, but completely different trajectories for those young people. And so if we can be there to provide support in a positive way, their outcomes are likely to be healthier. We also use another framework, trauma-informed care, which I'm sure most of you are familiar with, but if you're not, this approach means that all of our staff, all of our educators, all of the people who work with youth and adults who support youth have been trained in understanding trauma and stress. When they go into a classroom or whether they're working one-on-one, they lead with compassion and work to create a safe space. So I think the presenter before me talked about, and it was absolutely wonderful, just, you don't go in and talk about the trauma, like, oh, I know, because we don't know, we couldn't possibly know. But the space that you create, the language you use, the inclusivity that you lead with creates a time and a space and a place where young people feel like, I can bring that up, I can come to you. I think Elizabeth brought up a really great point earlier today that, students who are caregivers don't disclose that just initially, or like, gosh, you have a nice space, let me tell you what's going on at home. That's not how it works. And so our health educators, our team, our staff works really hard to make it where anything goes. I respect you, we're respectful, but I'm respectful of you the same way you can be respectful of me. And whatever you've got, it's okay here. And so creating those spaces is a major framework that we use. And then the last framework includes systems building along with reputable referrals. So I am working from home with a toddler, and she likes to help, which is awesome, but also hard because she can do things like put broccoli in the laundry hamper, right? Because we're putting things in something and it's open. Let me put that in there. And so I wouldn't scold her for that because she's using all the knowledge she has to do the best she can. But oftentimes with adolescents, we expect them, like, you can wipe your own self now after the bathroom. You should just know all the things. And why didn't you? And what were you thinking? And that sort of approach that they can only do as much as they know. And even still, they're building the skills. Their prefrontal cortex is still developing to help them go, okay, I know what to do in this situation, but I'm actually going to take action to do the healthy thing or the right thing. And so what we work to do is create referrals that can strengthen a young person's decision-making skills. They may not go to the school nurse in some of the counties I've worked in, and depending on where you are in the state, if it's a small county, the person who works at the clinic is also your aunt or your Sunday school teacher's best friend or knows your dad from whatever. There are sometimes barriers that we're not aware of to students getting the help they need. So our team works to not just make referrals, not just hand something out, but to make sure that it's very intentional and young people feel safe and supported in getting what they need. And that it's not just one issue, right? Like, I saw you smoking this past weekend. Here's something about tobacco cessation. No. We look at it in a holistic way, and that's part of the framework of our program office. Next slide, Ryan. So here are some values that AACY has listed for caregiving youth. And as I've been talking with Connie and learning more about this field, I go, gosh, man, this is just such a beautiful overlap. I'm going to talk about the top three, although the two at the bottom certainly play into what we do in adolescent health. So we're going to talk about empowerment, compassion, and collaboration. Next slide, Ryan. So here's an overlap of those frameworks that I was telling you about as part of adolescent health, along with the values for how to support caregiving youth. And what was so interesting to me is that this match was so easy. It just fit like that. So as I was talking to other partners and leadership, I didn't have to sell the idea of working to support this population. And that might seem like harsh language, but let's really talk about this, especially in public health and maybe in your field or in education, whatever you do. You will meet people who have their cause, their thing, the thing they champion for. I think about like Mothers Against Drunk Driving or something like that. It's very important to them. And when we look at youth, it's easy to address issue by issue by issue. But if we're going to be most effective, looking at them as a whole person is what it takes. And so being able to weave in the awareness of youth who are caring for others into what we're already doing, it was a fit that made sense. But for other topics and issues, sometimes I have to kind of convince my leadership about it. This one I didn't have to do, and I'm so, so grateful. So we have a lot of ideas on the horizon of how to take this natural fit and bring it to the masses, help kind of raise the volume on this discussion. Next slide, Ryan. So here are some steps we're taking. The first one is to have our adolescent health educators trained in best practices for supporting caregiving youth. And I've been taking so many notes throughout the day. I'm just so grateful to keep learning and understanding. This is really different. I have a lot of training and work in partnership with violence prevention, but this is different. I think first of all, there isn't a way to know that this is something that a young person is responsible for. And so again, setting that safe space is important, but also once you present that you may have some resources or that it's okay to bring this up, there's a lot of patience and understanding and waiting that might be part of that. And so we want to make sure that our partners throughout the state, our health educators, are well equipped to do that work. Secondly, we are compiling a resource and referral list, a reputable one, that will be offered during our health education classes. And this will be part of a resource card that's already being distributed. So we're not creating something new, we're just including this into what we're already doing. The new-ish thing is a statewide awareness campaign that our office and the Adolescent Health Program is doing in partnership with the Florida Youth Survey Work Group. And we've talked a lot about the YRBS, the Youth Risk Behavior Survey, and so excited about the steps that are being made there to include questions on caregiving youth. But they can only do what school districts allow. And some of you may be aware of this, but districts have to agree to participate. So when they do, we flood them with appreciation. And so part of that appreciation will include some materials and specific campaign items that they can use to sort of raise awareness in their schools and communities. Banners that they can hang, sort of discreet incentive items that they can share with youth if they happen to disclose. So rather than like a sticker that says, I take care of my little brother, it might be like a zipper backpack and something that's just sort of fun and discreet, but the information that they need is inside of it. So that's in the works. And then finally, we have caregiving youth resources shared with partners such as our school health staff. So school nurses are inundated. They have a lot that they're responsible for, and we certainly don't want to add to their burden, but we want to make sure that if they catch wind of something, they have what they need in their pocket to share. We'll have it some links and resources via QR code that students can use their camera phone and just get the link so it's a little more discreet. Things that they can take home, things that they can access still at the school, but we're working with school nurses to figure out the best way to share this information. Next slide, Ryan. Okay, wow, that was quick. So I think it was quick. I hope it was quick. So those are just a few of the steps that we're taking. Like I said, as I'm learning, we are just working to do things that are part of our normal work, our normal partnerships, people that we're already in connection with. But I just want to encourage folks, this was a lot. I think I had a strong emotional response after our first meeting because I felt like, gosh, how did I not know? How is this not on my radar? And I've worked with you for so long. And so if that's where you are, I'm happy to talk further about what we're doing or if any of this would apply to you. So Ryan, I think the last slide is my contact information if you want to click to that, and I will end for any questions.
And so Tiffany, we just look so much forward to working with you, and thank you so much for your presentation. I think it was really smart to give everyone a chance to take a breath after the video, but I wanted to be sure that as many people as possible could see it. So that was really wonderful. So we certainly look forward to working with you and to seeing, what we can share to raise more awareness about caregiving youth in the state of Florida. So thank you so much. So Dr. Phelan Lewis, Actually, she's been to Palm Beach County. She's been in the UK for a number of years. She is now the Hunt Research Director at the National Alliance for Caregiving. And unfortunately, Phelan came back to Tennessee, her home state, to do some family caregiving, and she is unable to be with us today because of a family emergency. So we look forward to some continued work with her. Yesterday, we had a call with the National Alliance for Caregiving and Rand Institute. And so we'll see where this all goes. But just please keep Phelan and her family in your thoughts and prayers as she is dealing with a family caregiving issue. And she has been a caregiving youth since a young age. So yeah, it's like the more people we know, the more we hear about lives being impacted either by COVID or other health conditions. And you're next going to hear from a young lady, a 10th grade student by the name of Kaylin. And we met Kaylin several weeks ago after actually reading about her in the newspaper or seeing a TV clip. I'm not sure which Kaylin, but she's going to share a little bit about her story and how she really stepped up to the plate in a different way regarding COVID. So, Kaylin?
Hello.
Okay, there she is.
Can you all hear me?
Yeah, you could speak a little louder, I think.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, everyone from the American Association of Caregiving Youth. My name is Kaylin John Louis. I am a 15-year-old executive director of Kaylin's Caring Connection Incorporated. My goal for my organization is to show love, bring smiles, and touch as many hearts as I can by showing that I care. One thing that has caused me to have such a heart for caring is being a secondary caregiver to my grandmothers. My grandmother and great-grandmother both have Alzheimer's disease, and my mother is the primary caregiver for them. And so I help out with her. And even though I don't have to, they're my family. So I make that active choice every day to step into the role of caregiving and just help my mom with any small acts. Sometimes it varies from helping my mom prepare their meals, helping clean around the house, or even just sitting down with them so my mom can have her moments where she wants to rest. I just choose to be in the act and be able to help out. And sometimes it varies. I mean, with dementia, it's a disease where sometimes they may be a little rowdy. Sometimes they never know what's going on. So it's just contingent upon what's going on that day and what needs to be done. I'm just here to help my mom, and I help aid her. And there are those times where it may get taxing or it may get a little strenuous, but my mom is always there to make sure that I'm okay and I don't overdo certain things. And I'm just very glad to be in the position to be able to help her. But there was one event in particular that happened that opened my eyes up to the everyday lives of other caregiving youth who are like me, who are doing things primary. I may be secondary, but a lot of people don't have that help, don't have those people to actually aid them in caring for their loved one or their family member. So in January, my mom happened to get COVID-19. She tested positive, and it was completely unexpected. I don't think either one of us knew how it happened, where it came from, but she got COVID-19. So we went from one day being able to give each other hugs, talk in person, to being we weren't able to see each other for the next 10 days due to her having to be in quarantine. And I had to step into a bigger role more as a primary caregiver. I had to do a lot more things that I wasn't used to. And so when she first walked in and told me that she had COVID again, I was shocked. I tried my best not to panic because I knew that we were going to have help. We would have those people to step in. But at the same time, we had to reroute our normal routine of how we went about things. So it was a little different. It was crazy, but I still had those people to come. We had a couple others who would be here during the day. So if I was in school, there was somebody to watch them. So I didn't have to not pay attention in class and not be able to do the things that I wanted to do. But I also, while she was in quarantine, some things that I endured or some things that I had to do was disinfect and clean the house multiple times a day because we wanted to keep everybody safe, wanted to make sure even though that she was quarantining in a room, we still had to make sure everything was clean because we do have elderly people in the house. I had to go to the grocery store and pick up food for everyone, which is something I definitely don't do on a regular basis. Usually I'm going with my mom, so it's me and her. So it was different to actually be in an independent situation where I had to rely on my knowledge and strictly text her to see what we needed and everything. And I had to virtually check on her. Of course, I couldn't give her a hug. I couldn't do any of that. So it was a lot because I do spend a lot of time with my mom. Me and my mom are always very, very close. So it was difficult having to see her be in pain and do certain things. And it really opened up my eyes to what so many other youth do, because like I said earlier, I'm not the primary caregiver, but there are so many other people who don't have those extra people or the extra help in their life to provide them if they need respite or they need somebody in their life to just be able to give them a break. Sometimes they end up feeling like they can't do it all themselves and they get stressed out, they fall back in school, and there's so many different youth who are going through that. And so the whole situation taught me to be able to, one, be grateful for everything that I do have, being able to have those people in my life, because like I said, not everybody gets that, but it made me want to find a way to honor other youth caregivers because of everything they do for other people and their family members. So in February of 2021, this year, a month after my mom happened to get COVID, I began the Kaylin's Caring Connection Youth Caregiver Awareness Movement to celebrate and honor caregiving youth who care for disabled siblings, parents, or aging relatives. They all deserve recognition. Most times when they're getting training, when adults are getting training for certain things, there's not that option for children. Children don't usually have the resources, the tools, and that is why you all do so much to help children. But I was able to start that. And in connection to the movement, we had the Kaylin's Caring Connection Youth Caregiver Award, and we were giving away an award to 3 different nominees. Well, we ended up giving it to 4, but we were allowing people to nominate caregiving youth from the ages of 8 to 18, just to recognize the unselfish, outstanding, loving care that the youth provided for their loved ones. It could have been local, it could have been anywhere in the state. We were able to just have those people submit their names, submit their information, because I definitely wanted, knowing that I was in the situation where I didn't have my mom, knowing how hard it could have been, just thinking about what that is like for somebody else on a 24/7 basis, having to do that all the time, really made me want to find a way to help them. So we selected 4 different youth, and they received a gift card ranging from $300 all the way to $50. And so they were able to have that and a KCK Youth Care 2 t-shirt. And so they're joining the movement. We're showing them and honoring them for their sacrifice. We have been continuing to celebrate them. It was awesome to see their smiles, and I didn't get to get any pictures, but I was so happy just to be able to see them and allow them to feel loved, allow them to know that somebody else like them is caring for somebody else. A lot of children don't talk about it at school. It's not something that comes up because it may feel uncomfortable. It may be something that they don't want to actually open up to. So just to be able to have those people in our lives that we can relate to is something awesome. That's why I wanted to do the drive. That's why I wanted to keep this movement going. And we've been continuing to highlight those youth caregivers on my live podcast entitled Inspiring Moments with Kaylin. I invited other youth caregivers to come on the show and share their stories, because the more people, at the end of the day, the more people who hear about other people's stories and hear about what's going on, they can raise awareness, they can help spread it because it's something relatable. It's something they can hear, it's something that they can actually give towards or help towards. So I've been trying to have a couple of youth come on. I'm looking for others just to be able to share their stories, to be able to share what it truly looks like to care and what it truly feels like to be in that position. And we have had a couple people. I am looking to just make this whole movement something broad, because like at the end of the day, there's a lot of youth caregivers that go through so many things. They care for so many people who have so many different diseases. And if they don't have those people they can relate to, then they're going to start getting stressed and they're going to start feeling like they don't have anyone. So I wanted to just have something, I wanted to create something that could allow those youth to go to a different outlet. And we have something coming up soon. It's going to be a youth caregiver social hour, just to allow those youth to take a break from their caring and allow them to connect with other youth who care. The more we connect with each other, the more we can stick together and the more we can bond together to be able to help each other in those times where we all are stressed. We can all end up talking to each other and saying, hey, did you all deal with this? How did you deal with it? What did you do to change the situation around for the person you were caring for? Just something that's relatable, something that allows youth to be able to go to. So all in all, caring for others has been running through my blood for the longest. I have wanted to help so many people, and going through the whole situation with my mother in quarantine, and it opened up my eyes more. I mean, my grandmothers, they were diagnosed way before all of this happened, but being able to really feel the hands-on taxing effects of COVID-19 and how it affected us, it was a lot having to get tested myself, even while I was caring for them. There were so many things, but just being there to help, it's something that I wanted to do. It's something that I'm going to continuously do. And I want to encourage other youth to do that. So I'm going to continue to help those youth caregivers to get the respite, education, and life that they really want to have. And I thank you all for having me.
Thank you so much, Kaylin. We are so proud of you, and thank you for sharing your time with us and your story. And we look forward to working with you as we go forward in the future. Ryan, next slide, please. So again, we'd like to thank the Schmidt Family Foundation, as well as Avalon Bay Communities, for sponsoring our virtual conference. And next slide. And at this time, I'd like to introduce our two co-chairs of our AACY National Advisory Council, Marty Honeycutt and Sarah Poole. Marty, Sarah, do you want to say a couple words?
Hey, this is Sarah Poole. I can start it off. I met Connie through my kids and our family provided care for my mom who had Alzheimer's. So we cared for her in our home for 3 years. And after, my mom passed away, I really had some reflection and thought that, I couldn't have ever done it without these kids. And so I created a website, to start a resource for parents who are dealing with, caregiving for Alzheimer's at home. And as I did more research in putting resources on the website for people, I contacted each person who I had referenced. So that's how I got to meet Connie and Betsy and Phelan and everyone else. And so they've, mentored me into this world. And I've got a full-time job. I do other things, but this is really my true passion are the caregiving youth issues. So our whole family is very dedicated to it, and we're very thankful to Connie and all of you for allowing us to be a part of this and to help create even more solutions. And I'm just absolutely blown away and thankful and in awe of the wonderful day that we've had together. And I don't want to be very long on this, but I thought, if there's one takeaway that, everybody hasn't said so far, is that I know that, Jody from Hope Loves and a lot of others of you do promote caregiving youth awareness on social media, on Twitter and Facebook and Instagram. And I think a good follow-up would be for, the number of people that are on this call, to find us on social media and let's get more likes and shares, because every time we do that, I think it just kind of, as somebody said earlier, it casts the net a little wider on creating awareness and maybe forming other connections in the universe. And it's not very hard to do that. So that's my one ask. I think that would be a good idea. But other than that, I just thank you all. And I think this is a group where I can say I love you all, and I'm really proud to be a part of this, and I look forward to following up with and helping all of you. So thank you, Connie, very much. I love you. And that's it.
Thank you, Sarah. We love you too. Marty? Marty has just moved. He's in North Carolina. I'm not sure. He's had some internet issues.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if he's on right now. Ryan, do you know?
Might have dropped just for a sec. So he is not on at the moment.
Connie, I know he was trying to join by telephone.
Yeah. Well, while we're trying to find him, Ryan, let's go to the next slide. And then if Marty's able to hop on, he can. So as we mentioned a couple of times.
I think I'm on now.
Oh, good. Come on.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Ryan, for cueing me to *6. I apologize that I couldn't join by Zoom today. I'll echo Sarah's sentiments as the co-chair for the AACY National Advisory Council. I have learned a lot. I have felt a lot. I have to say, Kaylin, your end notes really resonate with me. I wrote it down. The more we connect together, the more we relate together, the more we care together. Man, that was powerful. It has been a really good conference for me to listen to and learn from. We have some very exciting things going forward. Connie mentioned earlier an upcoming event that will be Zoom Connect. I think it's May 7th, with some of the groups that you heard presenting today and their youth who are caregiving youth. And that'll be, in a sense, a pilot that we're going to start trying around the country to expand what's been happening in Palm Beach County to other regional areas. And so for me, this is my 5th year, and to see it start to become a national outreach is really, really exciting. So respect the researchers that participated, as well as the advocacy experts that we heard from. So thank you for all that you've given to this today.
Thank you, Marty. And so as you'll see on the slide, this is an outreach to caregiving youth across the country. And next slide, AJ and Charlie Poole, who are Sarah's sons, will be the hosts for this as AACY ambassadors. You can see them when they were caring for their grandma, and more recently when they were presenting at our in-person conference. So next slide. We again, thank you so much. Thank you for our team, Anne, Kelly, Stephanie. Please stay tuned for information on our November 4th in-person conference coming up, not that long away, where we'll have even more information and share stories. And I just want to thank all the presenters and everyone who has participated in helping to raise awareness about caregiving youth. Stephanie has put together a survey monkey that you'll receive in the next few minutes. And please reach out if we can help you in any way, provide any other information. We're happy, more than happy to do that. That's why we're here. Thank you so much. Take
Just
care.
wanted to say thank you to Connie, our guiding star through all this, and who encouraged this first virtual conference. So really, I think it was an outstanding day, and the new connections and cross-pollination that's taken place today, I see it with the emails and texts going back and forth. So Connie, success again. Congratulations.
Yeah, and Ryan, Neil,
And thank you,
from
Ryan,
Zoom
right.
has been awesome
Right.
in helping us get it all together.
Thank you, Ryan.
He has a lot of tech savvy that we don't have. So thank you so much, Ryan. And maybe I hope you learned a little something too that maybe you might be able to share with some people you know.
Always.
And
I learned so much.
On behalf of me and all our board members, knowledge is power. And thank you all for joining us today.
Thank you, Rosie, and thanks for all you do in chairing our AACY board and for other board members who are either on the call or who want to be and are unable to be. Thank you. The Caregiving Youth Project, the whole purpose is to identify these children so that they can graduate from school and become healthy, productive adults. It's with really great pleasure that we have the honor of working with and serving these children, and we work with them in school, out of school, and at home.
I am a school